Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better life. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. Your energy. That's right. Only you can make the change. Share your energy. Shine so bright from darkness to light. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Oh, it won't seem way out. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, and I'm your host, DJ Genesis. So today we are going to be discussing the truth about the misconceptions of the Hebrew Israelites. So I was on a panel like the other day, and I pretty much got everybody kind of jumped on me. I was on there talking about, it was a Hebrew Israelite panel, and everybody was talking about divination and how it's evil and it's witchcraft and Ephah's witchcraft. And so what this did is, Mighty Hebrew actually saw it, and he's an actual Hebrew from Dimona. He's a prince, and he actually is a elder Hebrew Israelite, and a teacher in the community. And he was saying, I want to debunk a lot of misconceptions. So I'm going to start off by playing this video, which he asked me to play, and so we can get to the bottom of all this, because a lot of times when people start to call people witches and stuff like that, people don't understand that it's more to it than what they think it is. So let's get into this stream where Mighty Hebrew gets into the misconception of the Hebrew Israelite. Let's go.
Journey through your faith, you know what I'm saying, to where it's at now.
Okay. First and foremost, I give all praise and honor to Yahweh, the supreme, intelligent, powerful one of our forefathers, Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. Those striving for righteousness' sake, I say unto the family.
And by the way, Mighty Hebrew's going to be here in 5 minutes. He's just running a little bit late. If anybody has any questions, I dropped the link in the chat as we go on about this. It's an open panel. If you have any questions, if you want to discuss it, but let's go.
Worldwide, Shalom Aleichem. It's definitely an honor and a privilege to be on the Scorn Black Man podcast. It's definitely an honor to be here with you, Hilltop, Don Yahuda. My name is Prince Charmand Ben Amim Altazarian Ben Yashar Allah Senior. I come from out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, in the North Philly section known as Hunting Park. I'm 48 years old. I got into this culture as an Israelite back in the 1990s, roughly around 1994. And even though I heard that we were Israel many years prior to that, there was always an Israelite presence in my family on my mother's side. My great-grandmother was known as a Hebrew Pentecostal. So I grew up around seeing the Feast of Tabernacles and, Passover and different things. And anybody that know about the Hebrew Pentecostals, it was developed by our brothers and sisters down south in the United States. And they were off branch of the Pentecostal movement. And they acknowledged that they were actually the direct descendants of the biblical Israelites. And they still had certain Christian overtones with them, but they looked at following the 10 Commandments, keeping the Sabbath day, doing the feast that's outlined in Wayikra, or we also know as Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, et cetera, et cetera. So I grew up around that. My father was known as Lieutenant Alil Peacock Good. He was in the first resurrection of the Nation of Islam, and he was like high rank in the Nation of Islam. He came out of the number 12 Mosque in North Philadelphia under the late Jeremiah Shabazz. So
Stop it,
one of
Genesis.
the main members in the Oxford Street.
Hallelujah, hallelujah. First and foremost, I give all praise and honor to Yahuwah, the supreme, intelligent, powerful one of our forefathers, Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, those striving for righteousness' sake. I say into the family, Shalom Aleichem. This is going to be a powerful two-part series, 1 and 2. Looks like we're going to do it all today. The reason why I asked DJ Genesis to show this and give a shout out to the Scorn Black Man podcast, we got permission to use it. It's because there is a lot of misconceptions going on about the Hebrew Israelite heritage and culture. So, you know, most of the people that understand the Hebrew Israelite heritage and culture understand it from a One West perspective. So in this, you know, presentation, I'm going to be giving my beginnings, you know, the development of Hebrew cosmogenesis, Hebrew anthropogenesis, and we going to really get into these misconceptions. You know, I'm recapturing the Hebrew Israelite culture from a religio standpoint to its sovereign, nationalistic, you know, original thought. You know what I'm saying? So it's definitely an honor and a privilege to be on Alchemizing Energy. Hallelujah. Let the truth begin.
Gang, which is a very big gang in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. My mother was also a high-ranking member in a group known as the Zulu Nation. The Zulu Nation was actually the first Zulu nation in the United States. It came out of Philadelphia roughly around 1966, before even African Bambaata's Universal Zulu Nation. So my background is a pedigree of Israelites, Christians that knew they were Israelites, Moors, Nation of Islam. So the militancy and the drive of wanting to know who I was always there. You know, I came during the Reaganomics epidemic. Y'all know what it is, you know, coming into that, you know, in that crack era. And I was a part of that environment. So I got amongst, if you want to say, bad company and was caught up on them streets, you know, and there was a lot going on. Everybody, you know, in the late 80s and 90s. So there was a lot going on during that time. But it was always something different about me, so to say. I could be on the corner doing things I shouldn't be doing, but the rappers that I liked was different from my peers around me. You know, my peers around me, they was probably listening to like NWA, Schoolie D, Cool G Rap, you know, Scarface, anything that was considered at that time MC8 negative. I'm listening to Poor Righteous Teachers, you know, Kara S1, King's Son, Paul Quest. Even though I was listening to like Cool G Rap and different stuff like that, but I was more into the conscious part, wearing African medallions, stuff like that. So it was already this brewing of Israel in my mind, but I wasn't there yet, so to say. So one day, I'm downtown Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I went to go pick up some Saucony's. I'll never forget it. I went to go pick up some Saucony sneakers. And I seen these guys on the street corner, and they had turbans on, these staff, 12 tribes of Israel chart, et cetera, et cetera. I'm like, man, who are these noodles? This is the mind state that I'm on. So I'm listening to them saying we the original Israelites, et cetera, et cetera. Now, that portion I agree with because of what I seen in my great grandmother's home. But I didn't see the militancy of it. And, you know, I never been to an actual Israelite school, so to say, where you actually seeing the culture. So like anybody else, I was really shaming myself, but I was calling myself shaming them, hollering at them, screaming at them. So one of my arguments was, hey, them did eat an apple, and it's funny that even on the back of the screen of this presentation, we see an anthropomorphical image of Adam Adam Wakawa, or Adam and what they call the Eve story, and there's an apple there. And I'm telling this guy, like, yeah, Adam did eat an apple, Eve did eat an apple. And the Israelite brothers were like, okay, well, show me in the Bible. I said, I'll be back next week and I'll show you. And the brother said, if you can't show me that Adam and Eve ate an apple, you gotta take, because at this time I'm wearing a kufi. My father's side, they Muslim. My mother's side, they Aboriginal Indians / Hebrew Pentecostals. So I'm going through this tug of war trying to find out who I am. But the brother said, if you can't find this apple, you come up to the school. I said, okay. So I go home. I'm looking all over for this apple, Brother Hilltop. I'm looking all over the scripture for this apple. I don't find it. So I go back that following Friday, and I know that there's no apple there mentioned. So I play deceptively where the word fruit at. I'm like, see, there it is right there.
We have a guest that came to the panel. Kenny, what's up? Welcome to the panel.
Shalom, how you doing, sis? Brother, what's up, man? Mighty Hebrew, what's going on, Prince? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I think he unmuted, but I think his mic. But hello, he said hello?
Yeah,
Shalom,
can y'all
shalom. I
hear
can
me?
hear you.
Shalom.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yo, mic check, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah,
You have
we
a
can hear you.
Hey, what's
question?
going on, Mighty Hebrew? What's up, Prince? I'm here to support, man.
Hey, shalom, shalom, General Yahuda.
Yes, sir. I saw you send me the link, man. I just wanted to come on this mug and say what's going on, say what's, support what's going on.
Absolutely. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. It's going to be a powerful presentation tonight. I know you're going to like this one.
All right. Well, I'll be sitting by. I'll probably chime in if say a little something, but pick your brains a little bit and have some conversation.
Yeah, just say pause.
Absolutely.
Just say pause when you want to ask a question or interject or ask a question about what he's saying. Okay. And then just hit. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
It is. And the brother, where does it say apple at? And he caught me. So I wind up visiting their school. At the time, this was known as UPK, Universal Practical Knowledge. I never was a member. This is before you got ISUPK. And that same, this is where ISUPK comes from.
The original.
ISUPK was founded. The original school is known as Universal Practical Knowledge. That came out in 1969. But I was never a part of that school. I just went to visit. I was already affiliated with an Israelite church, so to say, through my great grandmother. You know what I'm saying? And that same day that I said that there was an apple, but it wasn't there, I met a man by the name of Tayyam ben Yisrael. And Tayyam ben Yisrael also asked me to come to his school. So I wound up going to his school too. That same day that I went to go visit UPK, half the day I spent with UPK, and they used to be up on Ogons Avenue up in Western Plain in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Then I wound up going to North Philly to a school which later became known as Kifraim, that was founded by a man named Prince Kazari Dar ben Yisrael, which was Tayyam ben Israel's father. So when I went to that school, I started filling that school immediately, and they were Torah only. So I started going to that school, and ever since, I've been in that school until I evolved and wound up connecting with the Kingdom of Yah, which was stationed in Dimona, Israel, northeastern Africa, led by the late Adonenu Rabbeinu, also known as Ben Ami. I became a direct understudy of the late Prince Asiel, who was second in command with the late Ben Ami. The third in command was Prince Dr. Shaliach ben Yahuda, who founded the School of the Prophets in Dimona, Israel, Northeastern Africa. So I became direct understudies of him, other prominent scholars such as Zaquin Ishkael ben Yisrael Agabit Hetzabat, Sar Zaquin Rabab ben Yisrael that found Torah, Moriel ben Yisrael that found Beit Sidit, came out of Temple Bethel. My Hebrew linguistic teacher was Rabbi Cole Windsor, who's Professor Rudolph R. Windsor's brother, who wrote the book From Babylon to Timbuktu. So, you know, I became an understudy of some of the most major prominent Israelite teachers in the world. When you start talking about people like the late Zaquin Ishkael ben Israel, he was a direct understudy of Zaquin Ariel ben Yisrael, who was a direct understudy of Rabbi Whitworth A. Matthews, who in turn was a direct understudy of Rabbi Arnold Josiah Ford, who was the musical director and quiet as is kept second in command of the UNIA movement under the late Marcus Mosiah Garvey. And then you got others being under Ben Ami. He was a direct understudy of Zaquin Eliyahu Bowie, who in turn, Eliyahu Bowie and them go back to people such as Prophet F.S. Cherry.
I'm sorry, I have a question because, you know, when you mention these names, a lot of these people, also the Ephod community and the Voodoo community was kind of developing at the same time in the 60s when this same movement was happening. I want to ask Mighty Hebrew, were you aware of the connection of the Ephod and Voodoo community down in North Carolina, that before they actually moved to North Carolina or South Carolina, Oyotunji, that the leader was in New York and they were all working together, like the Hebrew Israelite, all those people used to actually at one point work together. Are you aware of that?
Absolutely.
So I think it's interesting that now everything is separate, but at one point people were all combined, like in a certain way. They all used to work and teach each other and all type of stuff. Are you going to get into how that separation happened in this video, or you want to talk about that a little later?
As we continue to develop, you're going to I'm definitely going to expound on that. Absolutely.
Yeah, I didn't know when you were going to touch on that, because I was like, at one point, you know, because now it's like, oh, it's demon, not demon, you're witches, and this, that, the other. But I know for a fact, when you talk to these people, when you talk to their offspring, it's like they were working together. We talked to the elders that were in their 80s, like Baba Yashabai, may he rest in peace. You know, he talks about the fact that at one point these people were all working together in New York and feeding off of each other's knowledge. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clear that up. Okay, thank you.
Prophet Frank S. Cherry and Prophet William S. Crawley, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a pedigree of teachers that I came from out of, and the reason why I'm emphasizing this, and I know the question may seem, the answer long-winded, but these things have to be put out there so our people will have a record. You know, Deuteronomy or Devarim chapter 32, verse 7 tell us, go to our fathers when we went, that they may lead us. Go to our elders, our Zakwanim, that they may tell us. So what's going on right now, that there are many Israelites in the Israelite community that's learning on social media. And because of that, they start to develop different dogmas in their mind, and they put this information out on social media, and it confuses the masses. Imagine, my Lord, the monk or the Shaolin monk without the abbot. That's what's going on right now. You have a bunch of monks without abbots in the community. And because of that, it has caused a lot of confusion within the Israelite community. But yes, my pedigree comes from out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm a Torah-centered Hebrew Israelite, sovereign national. I want to make that clear, versus being a Hebrew Israelite. So I want to distinguish Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationalism versus just being a Hebrew Israelite. So I hope I answered your question.
Okay. Hey, all right. So they're gonna lead to my next one. You know what I'm saying? Shout out, shalom to Brother Ben that weed behind the bars, man. And when you said sovereignness, I know that just made him excited, because this goes to my next question. He's a sovereignist. He's a Hebrew Israelite but he's been behind the walls for a while. But the brother is very knowledgeable. Do you believe in the whole sovereignness and using 33rd degree masonry, Freemasonry into the Bible? Because certain Hebrew Israelites believe that that the Freemasonry came, that every tribe had their own lodge. That, you know what I'm saying, Judah had his own lodge, Manasseh and Gad, and so forth and so forth. And they believe in using not really modern day Freemasonry, because they know that that is a bunch of wickedness up in their lodges that they got nowadays. But do you believe in using the Freemason knowledge and the sovereign knowledge, of course, with the Hebrew teachings?
That's a great and excellent question that you imposing out there. So let's make it clear so everybody know. No, I'm not a Freemason. So everybody know I'm putting that out there right now. But am I a DAP? Yes, I'm a DAP, but I'm not a Freemason. So I'm going to explain that as we proceed in the presentation. Now, is Freemasonry, is the foundation and the principles come from out of the biblical context? Absolutely. Absolutely. When we understand the compass and the square, and even when you go into the supreme mathematics or the 120 lessons of the nation of gods and earth, they talk about truth is in the square. Where there's truth, the truth is Torah Constitution. Now, what I'm doing is I'm entwining sovereignty with your question. Now, you have what is called the sovereign citizenship movement, and you see that down south with a bunch of, you know, men that a lot of them are ex-militant, you know, and we've seen this in a book known as Cracking the Code. I know y'all heard these things before.
Yeah.
And later it all into Redemption Manual. And a lot of us, we took UCC, Uniform Commercial Code, and we started to get with our non-negotiable bill of exchanges, the chargeback form with your EIN number, which is your social security without the dashes. And we started to equate these ideas to ourselves. And I'm saying by doing this, we went in error, not understanding that the Torah itself is the Constitution. Yisrael is the body politic. So when we understand Torah within the principle, within each dispensation, that is what causes us to be sovereign. Now, the question, was there a lodge in each of the 12 tribes? I'll say this. I won't use the term lodge because remember, there is a difference of the Hebraic cosmological and anthropological understanding of that science versus modern day, because even words are thought that materializes in the physical matter. So what I'm going to say is, did Israel as a whole have certain sacred sciences of Torah thought? Yes. And were there charges within each of these tribes that caused us to be one body politic, as in Voltron? Sure. Because before we had Nabim or prophets, we had seers. Y'all know that, remember? When you go into the book of Joshua, it tells you that there was a transition from the seership to the prophetship, right? And there was a time even before that when we start talking antediluvian. Now we're talking a time where we understood all of us as being Elohim embodied in human form. So is there truth in these said mysteries of Jerusalem adaptation, which later became Freemasonry? Sure, there's truth. Because when you look at the original understanding of Freemasonry, they taught that there will be a star from the east that will rise from the west, right? And we know that that star is Israel. And then when we look at the initiation of Haim Mabith, I'm not going to say too much, but I'm just going to say this. We see the three ruffians. We see the three ruffians knock Haim Mabith on the head at high noon. Bury Hyman Mabith in the shallow grave near the western gate of quote unquote Solomon's Temple. So now when we look at it as it applies to who is Hyman Mabith today, metaphorically speaking, that would be the nation of Israel, the so-called black Negroes who were knocked in the head of high noon with Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, right? Or in its order, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, right? Buried in the shallow grave, buried in the philosophies of the other nations, buried at the Western Gate in the Western Hemisphere. Are y'all with me? So there is symbolism that define who Israel is in Freemasonry, but modern day Freemasonry is wicked because you gotta remember, Freemasonry got infiltrated by the Illuminati. The original intent was righteous, but as it developed, it became something else. So
I have a question. So is that story of Hiram Abiff, is that in the Bible?
Well, the historical story of Hyman, not Hyman Mabeth, but Hyman was, co-partner with Solomon. Solomon, roughly around 966 BCE, had a naval fleet, and there was a triple alliance. If you read in the book of Kings, along with the book of Samuel, you'll see that Hyman, right? He made an alliance with Solomon and his naval fleet, and Solomon married the Egyptian princess. This is the connection with Akhenaten. Many people, force Akhenaten to be a contemporary of Moses, when in fact Akhenaten was a contemporary of Solomon and David. And I'll speak about that another time when we start talking chronology, so to say. But this triple alliance was Solomon, Hyman, and Akhenaten. And we can prove this by looking at what they found in the Americas. We have the Los Lones inscription in Los Lones, New Mexico. We have the Davenport Stela. We have the Long Island inscriptions. We have inscriptions of 3 languages. We see Hebrew, Canaanite, and Comitian, or Imdunetu, a form of Medunetta. We see this. The triple alliances, Solomon, Hyman, and Akhenaten. This is why they're finding many artifacts in the United States, not because the Native Americans are Israelites. That's false. Yes, there are Israelites amongst the Native Americans, but the Native Americans, generally speaking, are not Israelites. But what you see is colonies of these seafaring Israelites misinterpreted and miscalled Phoenicians in the historical annals. So that's why you see these triple languages, because they're combined with the triple alliance that we see with Solomon, Hyman, and Akhenaten. Okay, and what we were doing, the Israelites, we were going from Israel, going into the Sea of Ibzan through by the way of the Nile, and hitting to the Atlantic and going to the Americas to get ores from Lake Superior and bring them back to the old world. So there were navigations going on from the old world to the new world for thousands of years. So what you're seeing in the United States is colonies. That's not, a lot of people try to use these colonies as proof that the Mongol Native Americans are Israelites when they're not. Now, the Aboriginals, of the southeast section of the United States are descendants of the Northern Kingdom of Israel. We have no problem with that. But to try to say that the bulk of these Native American tribes like the Mayans, the Aztecs, the Diablos, the Incans, stuff like that are Israelites. That's false. That's false. We're getting to that, and we're going to get into that as we develop in this discussion here. The objective is to destroy the misconceptions of Hebrew Israelite thought, because in this paradigm shift, we're seeing a lot of religiosity being born. This is what me and General Yahuda is talking about. And as a matter of fact, for the listening audience, we will be having General Yahuda on. I already spoke to DJ Genesis some time ago. We made a poster. He's the one that's going to be giving us the instruction of how to bring forth Hebrew economics, because this is something, and I'm not trying to move the goalposts, but just to remind the people, since he's on here with me live right now, and later on, we'll give him a little spotlight so he can discuss the future interview that's going to be taking place with him bringing this. And also, we're going to present to y'all tonight HebrewEmpire.com. So we will be getting into that. But to get back to the point as to what I'm saying, right? The story of Hyman Mabiff was squeezed out of the historical narrative that we see in the book of Kings, in the book of Samuel. But are they actually the same people? No. One is historical. The other is a metaphor talking about the so-called Negro going into the Western Hemisphere, symbolic to the Western Gate. This is why we're saying that a so-called black man or a foundational black American can never be a Mason, because the whole ritualistic concept of Hyman Mabiff is the ritualistic murder of Israelites becoming Negroes. Hallelujah. We'll continue on. Hit that play.
I don't want to be one that don't give Freemasonry a fair chance as it comes to what happened to Freemasonry. It became corrupted through the Illuminati infiltrating Freemasonry and destroying it. That's a fact.
And basically, you said the same thing that I don't know, you watched the brother Fred Jackson, brother Israel, and the brother Ben Naweed that's in the chat say, you know what I'm saying? They not Freemason. They said basically the same thing you say, you know, they understand it's a part of it, but it's been infiltrated by Illuminati and wicked people that's doing pedophilia, child sex trafficking, and so forth and so forth. You know what I'm saying? Allegedly or whatever. So I got two more questions, and then I'm gonna pass it to brother Dorian Who. The next question is, you talk about Torah, you know, Torah is our base foundation. Do you believe in any books in the New Testament or any books outside of the Old Testament at all?
That's a good question. I'm a historian. I'm also a social anthropologist. And I got my degrees out of the School of the Prophets Institute in Dimona, Israel. There's truth to everything. Ben Ami said something clear. He said, truth has the inherent power to produce the promised effect. So truth is verifiable. I'm strictly Torah owned. I'm Torah based. I don't subscribe to the New Testament. But what I do subscribe to is the truth that's within it. Now, what do I mean by that? We can see a world collision, so to say, within the writings of the Synoptic Gospels and the epistles of Paul. We can, those that have the eye as a historian, we can see it, right? But I want to put a face on this man, which in my research, he's known as Moreh Yeshua Bar Yosef, who people call Jesus Christ, okay? My information doesn't come by the way of the New Testament that the man existed. Yes, he existed, but I don't acknowledge that he was prophesied in the Tanakh. And I'll get into that as we develop. But was he a historical man? He was. Now, my information comes from a scroll known as the Scroll of Saint Isa. You can find this in the Tibetan monasteries amongst the Tibetan monks. The 17 missing year history of Moreh Yeshua Bar Yosef, we can clearly find this in many manuscripts in the Indian subcontinent, along with, you know, all the way to Tibet. We see the travels of this man. when you look at the verbiage, the language of Yeshua in the New Testament, it's Buddhic. It's pure Buddhism. If we really understand the coming of the kingdom of heaven, et cetera, when we look at the language, and then we start getting historical and seeing that the Essenes had a connection with Buddhism in the Far East, we can see it crystal clear. We even see in the 29th chapter, the 12th verse of Isaiah, I believe, where it speaks about that we were migrated as far as Shanim. Shanim, right, is an ancient word for China. You also go into Bereshit, or the 10th chapter, you see the Sinites. The Sinites are descendants of Ham. And the founding fathers and mothers of ancient China, or the Sinites, were in fact the Hamites. Okay? And we see that we migrated into these regions. And we can prove historically that the founder of Buddhism, right, have an Israelite connection with the northern kingdom of Israel. And we can pull this up live in front of everybody, and we can show historical records that we migrated into these regions by the way of the Silk Road. And we know that during the time of Moorish Yeshua Bar Yosef's ministry, that the Silk Road was known by the way of the Roman Empire. It was known even amongst the Greeks and all that. This was known. So we can see that there was a migrational pattern of the Israelites going into the Far East. We know definitely Africa, but since we're speaking of Moorish Yeshua Bar Yosef, I'm talking about his travels, and there are records. And I want you to write this down, brothers and sisters. Write down the scroll of Saint Isa. The manuscript is 1,400 years old. Maybe a little bit older, maybe 1,500, but it talks about the travels of Moorish Yeshua Bar Yosef from Jerusalem to the Indos Valley, as far as Tibet, China, Japan, and then he goes back to what we know as Jerusalem at the age of 33, and here we go with 33. Are we talking Masonic? No, I'm just joking, y'all. I had to throw that out there. But even within the joke, there's truth to the joke, right? So he goes there, and then he becomes assassinated. So to say all that, I acknowledge that he was a historical man. But when it comes to the prognostications or the prophecies of this man, I don't agree. There's truth in the Medunega. There's truth in the Purim Hayru, the Imuni Elish tablets, etc. It's truth in all these persuasions. But at the same time, we need foundation. And Torah in Ivrit doesn't mean law. It means teachings, instructions. So within each generation or dispensation, just as mathematics, even though it's elaborate, it's simple, we were broad in our understanding in Torah, right? The brother says something about Hamites, Hebrews are different. That's correct. And Hamites, not Hebrews. We agree with that. We know that the Hebrews are Shemitic. But even that, I can show that the Hebrew even existed before Shem. We're going to get into that as we develop into the PowerPoint presentation. This is where a greater understanding of Hebrew cosmogenesis and Hebrew anthropogenesis is going to come into effect. So to make it clear, we know that the Hebrews, from our academia sense, they're not Hamites. We know that. They're descendants of Shem. But we're going to get deeper into showing where Shem come from by the way of the antediluvian records. We're getting to that. But yeah, say what I'm saying. Yeah, Torah's foundation. Remember, my Lord, when you first learned to count, you first learned to count 0 to 9 or 1 to 10. And as you develop it mathematically, as Prince Emmanuel Ben Yahuda said it best, and what I'm demonstrating right now, your understanding of math starts to broaden. Now you're adding, you're subtracting, you're dividing, you're doing decimals. Then you start getting into algebra, 1, 2, 3, a trigonometry, a calculus, logarithms. The matrix of mathematics, it's elaborate, but it's simple. You're building from the foundation, 0 to 9, 1 to 10. This is the same thing when you start talking Torah. When each of us first got into Torah, we first were taught Torah in a certain way. But as we developed through research and years of footwork by the way of traveling, exploring, our understanding of Torah, it starts to broaden. Absolutely. It's all predicated on what you call sacred geometry. And we're getting all that. As the brothers and sisters, they're going to enjoy this presentation tonight. So I hope I answered that question. Any more from the brother? Any more?
But let me ask you, so because my last question, well, before I get to my last question, I'm sorry, Daniel, I just got one quick question.
No, I'll take it.
All right, because so Old Testament, all right, so your belief, is there the Messiah that's spoken of in, I guess, Isaiah, is that Messiah coming to quote unquote save us? Is there going to be the third woe, the war, Babylon gonna fall and all that stuff right now, according to your teachers of the Torah?
That's a great question. Many tourists and the Israelites look at King David literally returning back, and he's the Messiah that's outlined in, these prophecies. I don't acknowledge that. Okay. I acknowledge that first of all, the word Moshiach in Hebrew means anointed. We've been under the misconception that the word Messiah goes back to Moshiach. That's false. The word Messiah goes back to a Hebrew word,
Is his
Moshiach.
mic cut off? Did his
That
mic
means
get
savior.
dropped?
You have Moshiach and you have Moshiach. So even though the words sound similar, they're different.
You can't hear the live stream? Are you having trouble?
I can hear it. Yes, I'm here now.
Oh, okay. He dropped for a second, but someone says that Arabic owns math. It's their symbols. He says 0 through 9 is Western Arabic. That's how they brand slaves through the language, through their language.
That's definitely a good point. We have to understand that yes, what we know as modern day, the person is correct. What we know today as modern day mathematics, it does stem back to the Moorish, let's make it correctly, the Moorish sources of mathematics by the way of 0 to 9, because you can even see that within the structure of the Moorish science temple that started by a man by the name of Noble Drew Ali. The world calls him Timothy Drew, and he came from the Carolinas himself, and he started a community known as the Canaanite Temple in 1913 in New Jersey. And then later on in the early 1920s, it became incorporated, right? It became incorporated into what we know as the Moorish Science Temple of America. The brother said it's disrespectful because it's not a spoken language. Now, one is correct when they understand the principle of mathematics. The oldest system of mathematics that we can go back to, it's known as Zinzar. So now we start talking about vibrational speech by the way of math. And as I continue in the demonstration, you're going to see that. But getting back to Arabic, the mathematics, it would be correctly to say Moorish, because the Arabs didn't give the original man anything. It was the original man that civilized the Arabs in the whole Western European world. And this is just historical facts. And remember, when we understand what the Moors represented, they also represented a gateway. They became the gatekeepers to older sources that go by the way of ancient Kemet. And then when you start talking about even before Kemet, now we're talking about what is falsely be called, what is being known as Atlantis but the original name or the esoteric name will be Patala. And then we go back even before Patala. Now we're talking about Tamanadu, which now they call Lumeria. And then when we get into the sciences of the Yuga and the mathematics, now we're talking about 311 trillion, 40 billion years ago. So we're not going to give credence to what we know today as the modern day Arabs, as if they created a system of mathematics. No, they learned from the original indigenous populations, which transfer by the way of cross-culture exchange. Now I'm speaking as a social anthropologist because that's my major and that's what I'm skilled in. I'm actually a social anthropologist and a historian. So everybody know right now I'm in East Africa right now, even though I'm from Philly, but I'm in East Africa right now in Tanzania doing research on the Bantu connection or the Bantu tribes that's in East Africa and their interconnections with the Israelites of, you know, the Levant or Northeastern Africa, falsely called the Middle East, right? You know, by the way of World War II correspondence. Yeah. So that's continue on with the presentation. I hope everybody enjoys the presentation. And you know, whatever people disagree with, you know, it's like a steak. You know, my mother always said, yo, eat the meat, spit out the bone. So that's how we can move forward. Because, you know, sometimes when people have disagreements, sometimes their mind can get warped and stuck in a certain perspective, and it causes a stomp, so to say, for non-growth and development. So we're gonna, you know, continue on with the presentation, but yet mathematics, the 0, 1 to 9, the 0, 9, 1 to 10 concepts, it didn't come from the Arabs. It came from the indigenous people that became known as Moors during the Dark Ages from the 5th century to the 15th century CE. And they conquered, you know, Europe along with, you know, Israelites that were in the midst that became a part of these Black royal families in Europe, and later on the Bourgeois family, you know, in the 1600s, destroyed, or the late 1500s, destroyed the Black British Empire. And the word British is a Hebrew word that means men of the covenant or man of the covenant, because Brit is covenant in Hebrew, or Ba'it, and Ish or Ayash means man. So when you say Brit Ish, you're saying man of the covenant. So we know during Dark Age Europe, you know, we ruled in Europe. That's why 1492 is a very significant number, because not only do you see the fall of the Moorish Israelite Empire in Europe in 1492, you also see the fall of Granada, which became later known in history as Ghana, because remember, Ghana is a Hebrew word that goes back to Ganan, right? That means war chief. And the war chiefs that sat by the time of 790 ACE, were Israelites that came from the Levant by the way of Yemen into what became known as Ghanata, right? Or Ghana, right? These were Israelites, and they were known as the Zad dynasty. And there was a connection with the Zad and Queen Kanina, who is an Israelite that was rumbling the Muslims. And for many years, she defeated the Muslims until she was assassinated. And her son was known as General Tariq ibn Zad. You see that Zad at the end, right? Tariq ibn Zad was of the tribe of Simeon, who later in 711 ACE converted to Islam, which became known as the Moors, and went into Iberia, which is later known as Portugal and Spain, and conquered. So we see this Moorish Empire spreading from Argentina Northwest Africa, all into West Africa, and all into Europe. So no, we're not going to give the Europeans any credit to say that they created math. They didn't create shit. They thieves and robbers. And speaking of the word Arab, by the way, y'all know that's a Hebrew word that goes back to the Hebrew word Arab, which means in between evenings, right? Because when you look at the Bereshit or the Genesis, and it talks about night and day, which emerges into evening as in a mixture, you get Arab or Arab. So the Arab is a mixture of the original Black Ishmaelite Bedouins, right? Not all of them, but many of them in the Ottoman Turkish Empire that came and they mixed, the Romans, all of them, they mixed with the indigenous Ishmaelite people. So we must deal with facts again. Mathematics don't come from no Arabs. Let's get that out the way right now. The modern day standard of mathematics come from the Moors. And the Moors were the gatekeepers because it consisted of Israelites and Ishmaelites together. Indigenous Israelites and Ishmaelites together. All right. And the Moors were the gatekeepers of the philosophies of Kemet. Excuse me, of Kemet, Patala, and Tamal Nadu. Hallelujah. Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationalism has risen worldwide. Press play, DJ Genesis.
Different. In Hebrew culture, we had a concept of this anointed nation and then the anointed lineage of Davidic kings and Levitical priests. So the nation of Israel would be anointed to the nations of the earth, where the Levitical priests or the Davidic kings would be anointed to us, the nation of Israel, as a whole, like a domino effect. Like if you go into the book of Shemot, which you know as Exodus chapter 19, verse 5, it talks about how the nation of Israel is a kingdom of priests. We are a kingdom of Kohanim, or priests to the nations of the earth. The Levitical Kohanim are the Kohanim or the priests to the nation of Israel. This is the same with the anointed. We as a nation, the nation of Israel, would be anointed to the nations of the earth. So when a Goyim or a Gentile is in the presence of Dan Yahuda, he is the anointed, he is the Moshiach to the nations of the earth. If he's in front of a Chinaman, he is the anointed to the Chinaman. If he's in front of an Irishman, he is anointed to the Irishman, because he is a part of the nation of Israel that's anointed, or the anointed one, to the nations. Whereas our kings that come from out of the tribe of Yehuda would be the anointed, the nation of Israel. Our Levitical priests, mainly the high priests, would be anointed to us. Now we're getting back into sovereignty. You have the national jurisdiction and you have the ecclesiastical jurisdiction. The national jurisdiction is Davidic, Yehuda. The ecclesiastical jurisdiction is Lewi or Loa or Lewaya, however one wants to pronounce, Levi. So the ecclesiastical, Levi. The national, Judah. This is what defines the anointed lineage. That's why you see in Devarim or Deuteronomy chapter 28, 36, and 37 says, I will send you and your king into a strange land, which neither you nor thy fathers have known, and there you will worship idols, even wood and stone, and I will make you an object of horror, a proverb and a byword amongst the nations of the earth. That word Malach in that verse of Devarim chapter 28, it uses the word Moloch, not Malik. And remember, now one might say, well, why is that? Because those that were anointed to lead us into this Yah sense or consciousness would follow the nations of the earth, deities that came by the way of one of the first deification worship, which was fire worship. That's why I will send you and your king or your Moloch into a strange land, and there you will worship idols, even wood and stone. So the Most High sealed our eyes when we went into captivity. So that's why I have a problem when we talk about the canonization of the New Testament, because at the time of our captivity, remember, the prophet's eyes was closed. Isaiah chapter 29 shows us this when it talks about for us to see and to hear, but we couldn't, and we were drunken and staggering, but not with wine. This was talking about us being totally denationalized. See how I'm lining the sovereignty with our historical past, present, and future. So I think I answered your question. But
Hey,
yes,
man,
I do acknowledge. I do acknowledge there were always charismatic. This is why they created what is known as COINTELPRO, counterintelligence program to stop the rise of a Black Messiah who would electrify the nationalistic aims of Black America. That's why they killed Malcolm, huh? That's why they killed King, huh? That's why they set up and let Huey P. Newton get his brains blown out and a drug deal, so-called, going bad in Oakland, California. This is why they murdered Dr. Khaled Muhammad and many others that came before us, because they calculations through COINTELPRO, which they remodified with King Alfred plan, and then they broadened it from the Blacks, so-called Blacks, to the Hispanics, and developed what is known as Rex 84. And then they started to target us more with the whole Y2K scare, and they came out with Project Megiddo. And Project Megiddo was a target on Hebrew Israelites who they labeled as Black Hebrew Israelites, that they claim had the potential to manifest domestic terrorism. And they lined us with white nationalist groups, right? You got to see what they're doing. And we see even the demonization of this right now with the destruction of the Black man in the form of a R. Kelly, a P. Diddy, a Tupac, a Mike Tyson, a Bill Cosby. They're using sexual ritualism in the form of humiliation, right? Remember, this is all ritualism. They got us in the mind state to focus on the effect or the puppet, but we can never target the puppet master. And see, and this is what we're going to do today when I bring forth this PowerPoint presentation, because within this presentation, I'm also going to show the true origin of the so-called white race. See, when you read in biblically, and we start to define, some say that the white race came through Japheth. Some say through Esau. I'm saying that they are a hybrid species that came by the way of subspecies, not a part of our hominin family that we mix with, that produced this beast. We're going to get into that as we develop. But I hope I answered your question.
So they the real Gentiles. We're going to get into that. We're going to get into that. But my last question before I pass it over to Brother Don Yehuda, man. Hey, y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Y'all also donate. I've been flashing this cash app. This is Brother the Mighty Hebrew cash app. Please hit the donation on that, man. Send it in. Type in the Scoring Black Man podcast, or type in Mighty Hebrew on the hot seat when you send it. You know what I'm saying? So please hit that donation and hit that like button and subscribe button. That don't cost you a thing. Ask any, put any questions y'all want to know what I'm saying, to know. Put it in the chat. You know what I'm saying? We'll ask him at the end of his presentation.
Stop that.
My last question is
That.
it's a two-part question, but it's very simple.
I want y'all to disregard that. That's not the Cash App any longer. You know, so if somebody try to, you know, they watching that and they may donate, don't donate there. If DJ Genesis wish to put my Cash App up, then that's fine. But that right there is not my Cash App anymore. That's all I wanted to say.
What's your Cash App?
My Cash App is $originalman73. The only thing capitalized is the O. Anybody want to donate, that's fine. Because here at the Ancient Bantu Hebrew Israelite compound I have here, in one of the guest house, we want to replace a toilet. So our goal is to reach up to $200 USD. Anybody want to donate, they can donate at $originalman73. You know, I want to give a shout out to the elder Zaquin Ishiyahu that donated, and also Sister Shakina, she also donated. So thus far, 2 people donated. So we are at the $175 mark. Okay. So hallelujah. And give a shout out to DJ Genesis for her kindness as well. You know, she has been very kind to the community over here with donations as well. Hallelujah. Let's continue on.
How long you been living out of the Matrix, Babylon the Great, aka United States of America? And when you moved outside of America, did you get any kind of hate from Hebrew Israelites? Did Hebrew Israelites hate you for moving outside of America?
You funny, man. You funny. Yeah, I left 2021. As people know, I'm the founder of Hebrew Israelite Sovereign Nationalism. And this is our flag right here, as you can see. That's over me right now. I started to develop something called an International Hebrew Corpus. And within the International Hebrew Corpus, I presented this to the Crown, you know, by the way of Victoria Street in London, England. And what I wanted to do is present and have presented to the world court that Israel were the so-called Negroes scattered in the diaspora. And I started to go to different Hebrew Israelite communities all throughout the United States, lecturing. And y'all can see this all on YouTube. And I was going all over lecturing about us being Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals. And I was showing that 1619 was very important. And many of the elders, such as Adon Yehoshaphat ben Yisrael, Sar Rabbah, you know, Sar Zaquin Rabbah ben Israel, and others, was looking at this 1619, us coming into Jamestown, Virginia. Yes, the slavery or the transatlantic slave trade was before 1619. But the difference is, when you start talking about the islands, it was a conglomerate of Israel and other ethnic tribes from Africa that wasn't Israel, that would be separated and broke on the tribe of the broke on the islands, okay, of Cuba, Hispaniola, Jamaica, and these areas. Now, the 1619 were direct Israelites that came from originally Israel, northeastern Africa, into West Africa, directly to the United States, and became known as FBA, Foundational Black Americans, or African Americans, whatever name we want to call it today, right? And 1619 became very important because for us, 1619 and 2019 became the mark of the end of the 400-year captivity, so to say, okay? That we see outlined in better sheet or Genesis chapter 15, 13. And I know many try to say that was us in Egypt, but if one really understands how long we've been in Kemet, we only been in Egypt for 210 years. When you look at Shemot or Exodus, it tells us how long we were in Egypt. It says that we sojourned in chapter 12, verse 40 to 42. It says that we sojourned in Egypt for 430 years. So when you calculate the time when we start sojourning into the time of the children of Israel coming up in there, it would have been 430 years. But half of that, we were in bondage for 210 years. So that wasn't talking about what we see outlined in Bereshit chapter 15, verse 13. We're saying we're here at the Mighty Hebrew University, 1619 to 2019 was that 400 years. And what did we see going on at this time? We see the massive death of George Floyd, right? And it was symbolized as the nation of Israel Because remember, the death of George Floyd didn't just affect Black Americans in the United States. This was a worldwide phenomenon. There were people that were dying all over the world protesting about the death of George Floyd, symbolic to the Hebrew nation of Israel. And as we develop more and more, what happens next? We see COVID. It came out of nowhere, boom. Even though the signs and symbols were there, but it came. We've seen so much going on during this time that the Most High gave us, from judgment to post-judgment. Showing post-judgment, we had time to get out. So in 2001, me and my family, 2021, me and my family decided it's time to be a part of that fulfillment of prophecy. Genesis chapter 15, 18 gives us the demarcation stations of the lands of Abraham, from the great river Egypt to the Euphrates. The great river Egypt is in fact the Nile River, which is 4,200 miles long, starting at Lake Victoria, right? And Uganda dropping into the Mediterranean Sea to the Euphrates. So the land of the promise is from East Africa all the way to northeastern Africa, falsely called the Middle East. The term Middle East came in 1945 with World War II correspondents speaking about the location that they was at. But there is no such thing as the Middle East. Anybody that been to Israel, which I have many times, you can go right to the area where the African tectonic plate sits, where Israel sits right on the African tectonic plate. So we know that the separation of the so-called Middle East from the rest of the greater body of Africa is based on the Suez Canal, which the process started in 1859 to 1869, which was a 10-year period. So there's no such thing as the Middle East. If there is, where's the Middle North, the Middle South, and the Middle West? These are terms that Europeans have created to keep us away from talking about the connection of the so-called Middle East with the rest of the continent of Africa.
You absolutely said it 100% correct. The Suez Canal is the only thing that separates Israel from Africa. I remember before I became a Hebrew Israelite, I was sitting down and watching one of those Christian channels, and even the Christian channel said, well, Jesus couldn't have been white, being from the area. I ran upstairs and told my grandma, I said, hey, Jesus could have been white. She said he been more Middle Eastern. But what came to the truth, I'm like, ain't no damn Middle East. It's like Israel sits on the continent of Africa, but the Suez Canal, this man-made canal, is used to separate us, and all these fake borders of these maps that they got. Every time you come up with a new map every year, it's new countries, new borders. So absolutely correctly, I'm gonna pass it over to the good brother Don Yehuda. Y'all hit that like button, man. Look here, man. Donate to the brother Mighty Hebrew right here. This is the cash app. You know what I'm saying? He giving y'all some Waka Flocka flame right now. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot of people in the building watching, man. You know what I'm saying? It's a hot show. Y'all know this is a controversial and deep biblical breakdown series sponsored by the Scorn Black Man podcast. And I'm going to bring everything on controversial, you know what I'm saying? Because we need to challenge, you know what I'm saying, challenging doctrines, man. Everybody got the same doctrine. They come from one West. Either they teaching this and that, and the third is just all confusion and stuff. So, I like for people to be challenged, you know what I'm saying? I like for people to hear new teachers, new doctrines, man, because it's all relevant. Y'all hit the subscribe and like button. Oh, but I do got one other question. And make it real quick, because I know Brother Don Yehuda is very ready to ask you a question. What's your belief on what makes a Hebrew and a Hebrew Israelite? Is it the seed of the father? Is it the seed of the father and the mother, or is just the mother, or is Numbers 1 and 2 one of them the seed, the sperm of the father?
That's a great question. The answer to the question, to understand Wayikra, or Leviticus chapter 1, verse 18. And a lot of people use this as the seed of the father, right? We have to understand Ha'adam. When we go into the Bereshit breakdown, we've been under the impression that the word Ha'adam means man. No, it don't. The word Adam means the firstborn or the first blood rising with outstretched arms. The word man goes back to a Sanskrit word manu, which means to think or thought. Now, one might say, well, why are you bringing this up? And he's asking the question about how do you determine one's nationality? Simple. The word Adam has the same root word, or goes back to the root word Adamah, which is the surface of the earth, so to say, or the earth's surface or ground. Now, peep the technique. You see the word Ha-Adam. It doesn't say Adam, it says Ha-Adam. Anytime it refers to quote unquote Adam, we're getting it at why I keep saying quote unquote in the presentation. Ha-Adam, you see that word, that first Hebrew letter, Hey, or Ha, which is symbolic in the Sinaitic pictorial Hebrew hieroglyph of man, which is also inclusive of woman with an outstretched arms or outstretched arms facing the northern star. That's in the word Ha-Adam. In the beginning of the word, we see the letter Hey. Now, when you go to Adamah, at the end of the word Adamah, you see Hey. So in the beginning of Ha-Adam, you see Hey. And in the end of Adamah, you see Hey. The beginning ended, the alpha, the meta. Ha-Adam, based upon the ecological condition, right, is connected to the earth. And when we look at our bodies are plant / fruit based in essence. So when we look at plants and vegetables and fruits and all that, the fruit is determined by the seed, right? So if you have an orange seed, you only can produce oranges. If you have apple seeds, you only can produce apples. Watermelon seeds, you only can produce watermelons. You only can produce after your own kind. So to say all that, I determine that one receives their nationality through the seed of the father. See, there's a difference by the way of the seed of the father and having the blood of your mother. Watch. Kamala Diva Harris is Irish by nationality, but holds the blood of her mother. Because you determine the seed or the nationality through your father. When we look at Donald Jasser Harris, which is Kamala Diva Harris and Maya Harris's father, on his paternal side, we see Samuel Harris. And we know that Samuel Harris are half Irish and half English, so-called Jews. Samuel Harris has Joseph Alexander Harris, who is an Irish-English migrant. On the maternal side of the father of Kamala, we see what? We see Hamilton Brown, who is an ex-slave plantation owner. He has sexual relations with Mary Mulvinia. Mary Mulvinia was an East Indian woman that he has Christinia. Christinia and Joseph Alexander Harris get married. They have Oscar Joseph Harris. But you still see that line, that Irish seed still trickling down. You see that, right? And then from there, Oscar Harris marries Burr Finnegan, who they're now, which I was the first to bring this out, which they're now recognizing that picture that Kamala been lying about, saying that was her grandmother. That's not really Burr Finnegan. Burr Finnegan is also Irish. Burr Finnegan's mother, right? Iris Allen, who became Finnegan, right? Married Patrick Finnegan Jr., who Patrick Finnegan Jr.'s father and mother was Patrick Finnegan Sr. and Mary Watson. Mary Watson was Scottish. We got this breakdown. I'm showing all this to show that you determine your nationality through the seed of the father. Now, one might say, well, what if, you know, your father is black and your mom is white, and then your child marries a white woman, and this process keeps going on and on. would they still be Israelites? The answer is no. Because after the third generation, the third and fourth generation, they cut off. You see?
Right.
Determined through the seed of the Father. Now, I would advise that we stay amongst our own. So the strength would be great to have an Israelite mother, which is a so-called Negro, and an Israelite father. There are schools of thought, such as, FOP Israelites, who I know well. When you start talking about, shout out to Elder Quinoff and Charmand, with the Israelite New School of Thought, all of them, they acknowledge that both parents have to be so-called Negroes. Now,
yeah, they got the Manzer doctrine.
Right, they believe in them. Right, and I wouldn't be one to argue that, because we do see instances where the Most High continuously within the higher self, we are warned through experience not to mix with the other nations. You see what I'm saying? And even with the attitude today within the Black American community, we've always had this back and forth with those that had parents that were both Negroes like myself. And then you have those that would have been considered mulatto. And there's always been this division. So the idea of the Manzar is there, even within the demonstration within the modern era amongst our people. So FOP Israelites have a powerful argument. It's a very powerful and strong argument. And I would agree based on nationalistic reasons, because when you mix your seed, it can cause a lot of confusion. Because let's say if you have a child with, let's think, you have a child with a Koshan from out of South Africa, and that's two different cultures. With a Koshan versus you. And remember, the first teacher of the child is the mother. So
right.
If a woman been raised in that way of life from the womb to the tomb, there's going to be influences. This is why it will be best for an Israelite so-called Negro man to marry an Israelite so-called Negro woman. Because if something happened to that man, she got that Israelite culture with her. You see what I'm saying? And that culture is going to be trickled down to that child, versus you marrying a foreign woman and you try to absorb her into the culture. And we need to talk about that, because there's no such thing as proselytizing. That's a lie. When it talks about one sojourn with us, is one that becomes a citizen amongst Israel by the way of naturalization. See, we talking sovereignty. They want us to believe any nation can just come and convert and be down with us. Verse, no, you're going to go through the proper channels of naturalization within the governmental structure of Israel by the way of Torah Constitution and become an Israelite citizen. You wouldn't be an Israelite national. You wouldn't be a Hebrew Israelite national. You would be a citizen, because nationalism in the true sense is predicated on the seed of the father. Whereas though nationality today is determined by the state, meaning the country that you was born in. So there's a transition. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with everything you pretty much said on that right there, because I believe, that it's the seed of the father, but I do also believe that after the third generation, like per se, you got Blake Griffin's father, he's a Haitian. Blake Griffin, mother is a Caucasian. Now, Blake Griffin and his brother, they, Israelites. Now, Blake Griffin made Blake Griffin made a baby with a white woman. Now, that baby still Israelite. Now, one more, he go back to a white woman. That's the third one right there. Hey, you white it out. Shout out to Washington Yahoo, the sister Deborah. you white it out. You know what I'm saying? At that point, you know what I'm saying? In my opinion. But and I also agree that we should try to get a Israelite woman. But I also believe that that you know the Israelites, that we are scattered abroad. I mean, majority of us are on the western part of the world, but it's a whole lot of us on this eastern part of the world: Africa, Europe, Asia, you know, and so forth and so forth. Australia and all that.
Also, so everybody to know, I don't cut my beard. I have alopecia, so I just need everybody to know: don't cut your beard. For the men, don't cut your beard. Y'all say, "Oh my, no, I have alopecia." But there was a question that was being asked about Negro Israelites and Latino Israelites. I want to make this clear to the people. I do not acknowledge that the Latinos are Israelites. Now, I do acknowledge that there are Israelites amongst the Latinos. I don't acknowledge that the Native Americans as a whole in North America, South America, Central America, and the Caribbean islands are Israelites. I acknowledge that there are Israelites in the midst of them people. Okay,
The
now let me explain.
Afro-Latinos.
Yes.
The Afro-Latinos.
Yes, correct. Now, let me explain my position. When you study up on the North American, South American, and Central American natives, they do not all go back to the same source. That's a lie. Even if we speaking scientifically and we talking haplogroups. For instance, and I'm only dealing with what is known as a comparative study. I'm not saying that I totally agree with everything they claim is science, but you can deal with things by the way of a comparative study or research. So you have, for instance, you have the O haplogroup. The O haplogroup would be considered your Hawaiians, your Samoans, your Marlesians, etc. And when you look at their oral tradition, they teach that they go back to Australia, that they would be of Australoid descent. When you start to study up on the Aztecs, right, the Mayans, etc., they would be considered Q haplogroups. A lot of them go back to Mongol descent and back to the Gobi Desert. By the way, Siberia and all them areas, right? Excuse me, not Siberia with them too, by the way of the Gobi. When you go into some of the North American Indians, like your Eskimos and all them, now you're starting to talk about Siberia, right? The point that I'm expressing is that all natives don't even go back to one source. Some go back to Australoid descent, some go back to Mongol descent, some go back to Polynesian descent. Now, the ones that are considered Israelites now, which you would call your Southeast United States Native Americans, some of the Cherokee, some of the Chippewa, some of the Blackfoot, some of the Seminole, etc. Are you with
Geechee?
Now,
Geechee?
the Geechee, most definitely. The Geechee are Israelites that came through the transatlantic slave trade, and even those natives that were here from the Southeast natives. Now, I tell you where the Southeast natives of the United States come from by the way of King Solomon's naval fleets. When King Solomon established his global seafaring empire, which later in history became known as your Phoenician Empire, the mantle became taken up with the northern kingdom of Israel, making it, because you see Solomon making this triple alliance with Hyman, king of Tyre, right, in Zidon. And you see the Pharaoh or King Solomon marrying a Egyptian Nasu of Pharaoh's daughter. We see that in the book of Kings. I'm here to say that that family was the family of King Akhenaten in order, Pharaoh Akhenaten, because when we understand the Amarnine tablets or letters, they called it the Amarnine tablets or letters because they found these inscriptions in Amarnine, Egypt, and Akhenaten's tomb or his sarcophagus. When we understand when the Canaanites were talking about the Horabu coming in, invading the land, they was talking about our people. You can see this in the Amarnine letters. You also can go into the Davenport Stela, the Long Island inscriptions, and you see the Triple Alliance languages of Canaanite, Egyptian, and Hebrew. So we know that King Solomon's fleets were coming from the old world to the new world to Lake Superior, taking ores from there and bringing it back to the old world. we also can see the mound buildings, or these mounds that were being built that was also by Israel, and certain altars that are clearly Israelite, distinguishing themselves from the rest of these so-called native tribes. So what I'm saying is that there are Israel in the midst of these people, but all these people are not Israelite. The bulk of the North American, South American, and Central American Indians, they're not Israelites. They're not. Just
I
like
agree with
you
that
come
too.
back, just like you come back with all the tribes in Africa are not Israelite. Now, when you start talking about the Bantu speaking tribes, yes.
Oh yeah,
But when you start talking about the Noahic tribes and Cushitic tribes and all that reside over here in Africa, they're not our people.
I agree exactly. And you know, I'm from Southeast Georgia, from Waycross, Georgia, 912. And, you know, my grandma, you know, they Cherokee Indians, all of them black. You know what I'm saying? The Cherokees, my granddaddy. You know what I'm saying? My bloodline is Gullah Geechee. You know what I'm saying? Started off in Southeast South Carolina, but my great granddaddy, he bought 200 some acres. You know what I'm saying? As a freeman in Southeast Georgia, and you know what I'm saying? We passed that knowledge down. You know what I'm saying? So shout out. So now I'm gonna pass it over to Brother Don Yehuda. I don't did enough talking, enough asking questions. I appreciate you answering all my questions. Brother Don Yehuda, man, floor is yours.
Man, you didn't leave no meat on the bone, brother.
Hey man, I didn't have no questions written down. I'm just gonna ask him, hey man, just give me a background on how you came up with the first question. That's all I had. But it just kept coming. I said, all right,
Yeah,
shit, man. It's fire right now.
No,
I gotta keep it hot right now.
but listen, since you've been touched, because the Prince been touching on a lot of things. He had a lot of points just in that whole introduction right now. So since you on sovereignty and nationalism and things of that nature, can you expound on people identifying themselves as Hebrew Israelites as it pertains to nationality? Because there's a thought process that you shouldn't combine Hebrew and Israelite together. You won't find that in scripture, so to say. So I heard you break that down before. Can you expound on that a little bit?
Absolutely, absolutely. Again, first and foremost, giving all praise and honor to Yahuwah, the supreme, intelligent, powerful one of our forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Yaakov. When one says that the term Hebrew Israelite is an outline in the Tanakh, Hebrew Israelite, they're correct in that sense. But understand the thought was there. Now, what do I mean by that? When you say Hebrew, we know that the word Hebrew is pronounced Ivri, and it means past, as an ancient. If I say to you, Shalom, Aki, I'm saying completeness, my brother. If I say Shalom, Akoti, I'm saying completeness, my sister. That hard ye sound, or that yo at the end of the word Hebrew that you see in Genesis chapter 14:13 is defining a possession. So it doesn't mean one who crosses over. That's not what it actually means. It means my past as an ancient. So the first identifiable factor that we see in the scripture with that name Eber, or Hebrew, would be Eber. When you go into Jonah chapter 1, verse 9, we see Jonah identifying himself as a Hebrew. We see that. Also, if you go outside the scripture and go into the Sinaitic inscriptions, within the Sinaitic inscriptions, we see in 1870 BCE, we're identifying ourselves as Hebrews or Ivriim, right? So when you say Hebrew Israelite, you're identifying your nationality and your tribal heritage at the same time. Because we see all throughout the scripture that the Israelites were known as Hebrews. We see in the book of Shemot or Exodus, we see that Moshe or Masha, Moses or Musa, however one wants to pronounce his name, was told by Yahweh to speak into the Parah or the Nasuk, the Pharaoh, that the supreme power or the supreme sovereign power of the Hebrews, right? See, what is happening is that we are fulfilling the prophecy once again, being the mockingbird that we've always been, because academia is telling us that Hebrews are not a people, it's a language. But my question would be, isn't French a language, but it's also a people? Isn't Spanish a language, but also a people? Isn't Arabic a language, but Arabs are also, or Arabians are also a people? The point that I'm expressing is all throughout the Tanakh, Hebrew is being identified as being a part of a people, going back to Eber. And as I outlined in Jonah chapter 1, verse 9, and if you can pull that up real fast, brother, and read that, in Jonah chapter 1, verse 9, Jonah calls himself a Hebrew. So if Jonah, the prophet of Yahweh, called himself a Hebrew, why would it be a problem for us calling ourselves Hebrews? Right? And if you got that real quick, Don Yehuda, could you read that out loud to the listening and watching audience, so it don't seem like I'm just coming from out the side of my neck, that they can hear it with their own ears?
Got you. Give me a second.
Hallelujah.
You said Jonah 1 and 9?
Yes, chapter 1, verse 9. Can I only Tamshi?
All right, I'm gonna read it out the book because I can't pull it up right now. So this is Jonah chapter 1, verse 9. And he said unto them, I am in Hebrew, and I fear the Lord, the God of heaven, which have made the sea and the dry land.
Checkmate. So Jonah right there called himself a Hebrew, but he was an Israelite. So the thought was there. You see, the thought was there. The children of we're Israelites because we're descendant of the man Yaakov, Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel. Remember, Jacob was a Hebrew. Remember when Joseph was in the dungeon? Joseph identified himself as a Hebrew. So the thought of the Israelite understood themselves as being Hebrew, right? So in essence, Hebrew Israelites. Now, the term Hebrew Israelites came in the 20th century as a compound word when Israelite leaders from Chicago, like Rabbi Richard Nolan, the late Rabbi Divine, the late Rabbi Hodges, Rudolph Windsor, all these different scholars, Prince Asiya, they all came together and wanted to distinguish themselves from the Jewish population, because many of the newspapers and the writings and clippings, they was defining us as Black Jews. To call us Black Jew is to say basically a white Jew, just like when the Nation of Islam developed, they were calling them Black Muslims. See these, and remember, when you start talking Black, you're talking the social status. You're not talking color. And they understood this when they labeled Black to Muslim or Black to Jew. So the first person to say, we're not Jewish, we're Hebrew on record, we see this with the late Rabbi Arnold Josiah Ford. But then later teachers took up that mantle and said, okay, we're going to separate ourselves. And now we're Hebrew Israelites. We're going to use the ancient terminologies of what our ancestors defined ourselves as, to distinguish ourselves from the Jewish population. That's why you never hear the Jewish people call themselves Hebrew Israelites. They say that they Jewish. You will never hear them say, like, as a group, we're the Hebrew Israelites. That's how you know that we are the children of Israel. And the good book to get on this discussion and question is written by Kohen Mikael Ben Levi, known as Israelites and Jews, the significant difference. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, you answered my question. So my next question is, you know, for everybody that's within the Israelite community, there's pretty much a consistent foundation of a belief or ideology amongst most of the Israelite community, especially by way of One West here in America. What would you say was the catalyst? Because I know you came up in a different school of thought. You had different elders that you learned under and have a vastly different understanding. But what was the catalyst that changed your understanding or improved upon your understanding of the scriptures and historicity versus the mainstream beliefs of the Israelite community?
That is an excellent question right there, Ben Yahuda. One of the things that caused me to, first of all, I always had that leading spirit because of my parents. I want to give a shout out to my parents because my father and my mother, they were never followers. They were always leaders. They had some form of a leadership role, whether it was street gang related or now getting into the Nation of Islam, et cetera, et cetera. They always played this role. So there were a lot of, inspiring people that came out of my family. Why, I guess it's kept, not to brag, on my father's side, Michael Jordan, the basketball player, is my third cousin. On my mother's side, the late founder of Bad Gas Pipe plant, Rufus Harley, that's my great uncle. My grandmother and Rufus Harley are brother and sister. So I've always had, certain charismatic leaders in my family, so to say. So that plays a role, number one. Number two, I started to notice, on social media that there was this, to me, a conspiracy. I'm going to call it for what I see it, to give a monolithic blanket suggestion that all Israelites think the same. And what they did was, and this is no disrespect, so I want to make this clear. There's no disrespect to the One West communities, but they use mainly GMS, IUIC, and ISUBK as the poster child of Israel, so to say. So when one brings up Israel, that's the first thing you think of. Like they already programmed your thought to think that. So you have preconceived program questions to ask. The 12 tribe chart, are the Latinos Israelites, et cetera, et cetera. Is Jesus real name Yahweh Shai, et cetera, et cetera. All these things are playing in the psyche by the way of social media, right? But the Israelite community existed way before these 3 One West schools. My research takes the oldest Israelite community in the United States is 1798. And we know this as Israel Hill. And there's a book that you can get known as Israel on the Aftermaths. And it breaks down that slaves ran from these slave masters and built Israel Hill, and that they were the first to present Israelite customs, okay? And we can see the influences of this idea of Israel Hill through Nat Turner, Gabriel's Rebellion. We see old man Billy Simmons. Y'all with me? We see that slave that came out of Maryland, William S. Crawley, et cetera, et cetera. So the whole point that I'm saying is that there's this blanket understanding. And what many within the Afrocentric Black conscious community have done is they demonize the One West camps as being non-scholarly. So what they do, most of them, is get Israelites that build on the scripture from a religious standpoint, and they use them as poster child vehicles to tarnish scholarship in Israel that's not known to the mass media. So to say, people don't know about Dr. Saar Kazriel or Saar Dr. Kazriel Ben Yahuda, Dean of the School of the Prophets Institute. They don't know, and the Mona Israel, Northeastern Africa. They don't know about Saar Dr. Emmanuel Ben Yahuda, founder of the African Edenic Heritage Museum. They don't know about the late Prince Dr. Shalia Ben Yahuda, the founder of the School of the Prophets Institute in Dimona, Israel, and the Hebrew Royal Seal, or the Hebrew Wisdom of the Great Royal Seal, and these different adapt sciences. They don't know about many of the Israelite scholars such as Queen El Natan Be Adam, that come from out of Beit Hetzabai. The point that I'm saying is, because of the also I don't want to forget the founder of the Jerusalem Chronicle newspaper, Zaquin Adon Yehoshaphat in Israel. So there are scholars in our community that they know nothing about. All they know about is Professor Rudolph R. Windsor. You get the King James Version only Bible, the Apocrypha, and Babylon to Timbuktu. Boom, you're an Israelite. You see what I'm saying? So, but that's not getting twisted. That has its base because that's the foundation. Remember, we was talking earlier about mathematics. And what has happened, many people have remained waist deep in that beginning foundation, and they haven't elevated because they think elevation is to disregard the foundation. That's not true. The foundation becomes broadened. You see, and our people have to understand when they hear these things that I'm bringing forth, it's not that I'm challenging you. I'm challenging myself. Every time Michael Jordan tried to move or heighten the stats, he wasn't challenging the predecessors before him. He was challenging himself. LeBron James, the same. He's not challenging Michael Jordan on the surface level that appears as such. But we understand as men of renown that LeBron James was challenging himself. And this is what we have to come into grips. We have to now challenge ourselves, judge ourselves. Remember, there's no Hebrew word in our language for prayer. The word tefillah has been mistranslated into the word prayer. The root word is palah, which means to judge oneself. To say all that is we must now challenge our academia. We must now move and shape our own ethnogenesis, so to say, our own anthropogenesis, our own cosmological genesis, so we can elevate. When you're dealing in Torah, you're dealing in mathematics. Because remember, our words or our letters is just not letters defining words, but our letters also define numbers. Y'all know this as Israelites. Our letters is our numbers too. So we're talking about mathematics vibrating from the subjective to the objective. And we see this in understanding the 7 emanated cycles of Adamic consciousness that I will be presenting in my PowerPoint. And I know I'm gonna have to do a part 2, right? Because we didn't even get into the PowerPoint yet, but we're going to get into some of it today. And I will come back and do a part 2 because, like I said, it's a lot, but it's simple. But I hope I answered your question.
Yes, you did. So with that being said, I want to segue because I'm not going to ask anymore, but just one last question so it can kind of segue into some of the PowerPoint because I know we've been kind of long-winded. I also want to give a shout out to Arthur Lee Cummins, who's been in the chat. I want to shout out that brother Shalom and Peace, another esteemed elder in the community. With that being said, to anybody who is not in the know, Prince Landine, aka the Mighty Hebrew, has an understanding of philosophy that he teaches in the Mighty Hebrew University called Hebrew, Cosmogenesis, and Anthropogenesis, right? And I guess my question would be to you is, this will kind of segue into it. Could you explain the connection or the origin of the ancient Indus Valley people and the Hebrews as mentioned in some of your writings? I think that would kind of segue us into that whole understanding right there.
That's a fact. First, I want to give a shout out to Professor Lee Cummins. That's a close elder of mine. I was the one that introduced him to FBA Israelites. I was introduced to Professor Lee Cummins by my late spiritual grandfather, may he rest in completeness, the late Prince Asiel of Israel. He introduced me and Professor Lee Cummins, and ever since me and him had a tight relationship. So give a shout out to Professor Lee Cummins. I see Anonymous Hebrew in the building, which is one of my students / also one of my teachers, because we have to understand a teacher in Hebrew culture is an intensified student. So he may be younger than me, but I learned a lot from all of y'all are my teachers and my students simultaneously, because it's like the Nation of Gods and Earth say, each one teach one, or the Rastafarians say, I and I. So we looking at things based on principle. Now getting into the Indos Valley, that's a great question. When you go into Bereshit, the 11th chapter, it speaks about how, you know, that the world, the earth was one, it spoke one language, etc., and that we traveled from the east and we found a plain called Sinar. We hear that. Well, the Hebrew word in ancient Hebrew for earth is Ratazah. In modern Hebrew, Eretz. Eretz also means ground, field, land. So it shouldn't say earth as the whole planet, but more or less a region, okay, that spoke this uniform language, right? And from my research, it was the language which we define esoterically as Zinzar. We'll get into that another time. But you see that we come from the east. The Hebrew word east is Kadim. And Kadim throughout the Tanakh is always identified with the Indos Valley. And it says that we found the plain called Sinar. Sinar is the Hebrew word for Sumer. The ancient Sumerians were a group of ex-Brahmins that were running from the Indos Valley during the Ramayanian War, roughly around 7400 BCE. You're seeing this migration. You're seeing this migration because, excuse me, I apologize a little bit. No, it wasn't 7400. I was thinking about something else. The flood, the last flood happened 9564 BCE. So after this, you see now this process of the Ramayanian War and these ex-Brahmins migrating into Mesopotamia from the Indos Valley. You can go into the books at the Josephus, and Josephus lets you know that the original Hebrews come from out of the Indos Valley. You can go to Clarius. You can go to the classical writers that say that we're from the Indos Valley. Now watch this. Homer, along with Herodotus, talks about two Ethiopias. The Eastern Ethiopians, the Western Ethiopians. We also see this outlined in the books of Anti-Calypsis by Sir Godfrey Higgins. Now, years ago, I was under the impression that the Eastern Ethiopians would be considered your Shemitic tribes and your Western Ethiopians, your Cushitic tribes. That's false, because most Afrocentric scholars that teach that from an Israelite perspective, and then you got the other side of Afrocentric scholars that teach that the Western Ethiopians were the Cushitic tribes that stayed in Ethiopia, and the Eastern Ethiopians, these Cushitic tribes migrating from Africa into the Indos Valley. They say that because they don't know the backdrop of the story. So let me explain it. You see in the books of Esther, chapter 1, how Xerxes ruled 127 provinces from the Indos Valley to Ethiopia. So what's happening and what's been happening is that the Eastern Ethiopians are a group of Hebrews known as the Yadavas. The Yadavas were the ones that stayed in the Indos Valley. Then you had a group of Yadavas that left the Indos Valley and migrated into what is now known as Asia Minor, Canaan land, Egypt. They became known as your Western Ethiopians. So your Eastern Ethiopians are your Hebrews known as the Yadavas that stayed in the Indos Valley. Your Western Ethiopians are your Hebrews or your Yadavas that migrated into Asia Minor, Canaan land, Egypt, etc. When Jacob named his fourth son Judah, he was naming his son after a pre-existent tribe of Judah known as the Yadavas. The Yadava is the Sanskrit word for Judah. Abraham's tribe from the Indos was Yadava. And from the Yadavas, these Hebrews from the Indos Valley, born the Hebrews from Mesopotamia, etc., etc. I hope I answered your question.
Yep, you answered it definitely, sir. Let me see, because that's kind of going down the rabbit hole. Can you expound a little bit more on just the whole concept of the Hebrew cosmogenesis and the cycles that are entailed in that? You know, going from the 7 cycles of the Elohim descending down into the corporeal state and so forth.
That I'm gonna explain that in the PowerPoint. That's the topic. I'm gonna show the that what you calling the 7 days of creation are really 7 root epics. And we've been under the impression that the word Yom corresponds to the word day. Now, that can be true in the abstract sense. But remember, Hebrew took a lot of twisting and turning during the Hellenistic era. So when you get your Strong's concordances, a lot of the Hebrew words are translated based on abstract Greco-Roman Hellenistic thought. What we do at the Mighty Hebrew University is we take the words back to its concrete thought by the way of using the Sinaitic pictorial Hebrew hieroglyph that we see in the Sinaitic inscriptions. And when we see the word Yawam, you see the word Yod there, which in the Hebrew, Sinaitic pictorial Hebrew, is symbolic to an outstretched arm, right? Clamping on something. Then you see the Wa, which is an image of a nail pressing down on something. And then you see the Meme or the Ma, which is water waves. So when you say Yom or Yawam, now you're defining that which containeth life. So instead of the first day, the second day, the third day, the fourth day, you have the first containment of life, the second containment of life, the third containment of life. So now you're talking root epic starting 311 trillion, 40 billion years ago to 100,000 BCE. And we're going to get into that all in the PowerPoint presentation as we continue on.
Okay, perfect. So I guess right now, Hilltop, we should probably just go ahead and Prince Landine touch up on some of the PowerPoint. I don't know how deep you want to go into it, because I know it could be a very lengthy conversation, and I'm here for all of the convos. But if you want to, I don't have any other questions, because that's just going to lead us further, you know, into other thought processes and knowledge. But it's whatever y'all want to do. You muted, Hilltop.
You muted.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, y'all could go ahead and do a shameless plug while I get this PowerPoint set up here. It's already set up. I just want to get to the back. So yeah, y'all shameless plugs, man. Shameless plugs.
Hey, while he getting that set up, go and donate. Give your hard-earned earnings to the earnings to Prince Landine, because I want him to really touch on why it's important that we support one another and give our free will offerings to leaders and elders like this brother. Can you just touch on your repatriation that's going on over in Tanzania real quick?
Absolutely. First and foremost, I give all praise and honor to Yahweh, the supreme, intelligent, powerful one of our forefathers, Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. Yeah, I came here by the way of the late Prince Asiel. He sent me out here to spread my concept of Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationalism to the Bantu Israelite speaking tribes out here. And what I've developed thus far is I have the Ancient Bantu Hebrew Israelite Awareness Center. I have a farmhouse here where we have our own chickens, our own goats, a couple of acres of land, which is also connected to a guest house. Y'all might have heard of the famous herbologist. He came, Mikael Ben Ora came. You had semi-basketball player champion, Brian Waters came. So a whole bunch of people, the hip-hop, conscious Israelite artists, Yoad came out to see me. A bunch of people, the general, a bunch of people. Here where I'm at right now, is a guest house where brothers and sisters can come and experience the prophecies of Genesis chapter 15, 18. And also, this is a bridge if one wants to repatriate, because right now we see what's going on in the United States right now. Like it's even Stevie Wonder can see. And what this does is this helps to facilitate what we have. Look at the nations of the earth. The Chinese people come into our communities and open up Chinese stores in our communities, and they take all our hard money, because we go to these Chinese stores and we feed their objectives. And in turn, not only do they keep money in the United States for themselves, but they have a nationalistic pride, and they send money back home to their people, and in turn, it boosts up their economy. We have to come in the mind state that we have to support our home in the sense of your teachers. I'm talking footwork, because this project, and I can prove it by showing receipts, I spent over 100,000 USD, over 100,000 USD on this project that we have here in Tanzania. And that's a lot of money. But to keep it rolling, we have to hustle. Our people have to get into the nationalistic mind state to support the things that we have. We have to support our brothers and sisters in Damona, Israel. We have to support our brothers and sisters that's connected to our communities throughout Africa. Damona is the central base. But we have communities in Ghana, we have communities in Togo, South Africa, Tanzania, where I'm the head prince at over here with the community here. So things have to run. We got to pay bills. We have electric, gas, internet, keeping things functioning. Different families come to visit by the way of, wanting just to get away from the United States, thinking about leaving from the United States. So when Israelites come, because I hosted dozens of families, when Israelites come, they don't have to worry about going to the locals to get hotels. They can stay in the guest house of the Mighty Hebrew for free. You get breakfast and dinner for free. Now, you may have to pay for your lunch, and if you traveling and things, then certain monies are involved. And when you leave, whatever donation or offering you want to give when you leave, that's what you give. I have Professor James Smalls coming past here this December. Everybody know who Professor James Smalls is. Yes. So that's where we at. We have to support one to another based on the projects that we have. We can't no more just say we Israelites in a religio sense, because you got to look every day you giving money to the beast system. When you one person, I asked for a donation. I'm not put their name out there because it's unnecessary. And he said, "Oh man, you have to, build your own resource, et cetera, et cetera." And I said, and I'm saying to him, directly to him, you think going to work every day in the United States make you independent? No, you're working for a system to feed their objective to keep you in captivity. All nations on the planet that are in the United States send accoutrements and revenue back to their mother and father country. And people, they do that. The only ones that have this complacent mind state is foundational Black Americans, because we're in this miracle mind state that it's going to be a miracle that we get out of captivity. Verse in measurement, we put ourselves in captivity. So in measurement, we have to come from out of captivity. So we have to support our enterprises. We have to support the Akhbar Brotherhood School that's stationed in Damona, Israel. We have to support the Ancient Bantu Hebrew Israelite Awareness Center that I'm building, et cetera, et cetera. But it's a definite thing that we have to support on levels like that. This cannot keep functioning just me alone or the community that I have here alone. We have to have a greater body of Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals that support, because 9 times out of 10, when it starts really going down, y'all going to have to come this direction. So we have to develop bridges We got to get out of this mind state that it's not going to go down in the United States. Every nation has to be judged that had Israel in captivity. You so-called Negroes need to stop with the prolonging of the destruction of the United States. It is because of your procrastination that they haven't been fully judged yet. Come from out of her, Israel, my people, hallelujah. I hope I answered your question. So all donations are welcome. And then even if you look at the Black conscious community, them brothers and sisters over there, they support each other. And we know that a lot of them, and I'm not pointing out no fingers, but a lot of them was running massive scams on our people. And when there's a brother or a sister that really got something going on, y'all won't even support. And that's how a lot of y'all enterprises crumble and fall short, because y'all don't understand the wrong and the right. Like I said in my rhyme, y'all don't understand the wrong and the right. The food from the wise, our dooms is now clouded with sick foam. Now we walk in zombie zoning. So we got to understand right and wrong. Everything has become reversed now. So it's very imperative and important that y'all support the cause and donate. It's a difference from just breaking down just the Bible alone. No, I'm not going to charge nobody, or ask for a donation. But when it comes to ground footwork research, things have to be paid for. You got to keep these things maintained. You got to rent of the properties, doing ground footwork research, researching these tribes of Israel scattered throughout Israel. It takes revenue. You got to travel to these places. You got to have lodges to live. You gotta give an offering to the community that you're interviewing, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of things that can only take place if we support our cause as Hebrew Israelites on the national. Hallelujah.
All praises, all praises. Yeah, definitely very powerful. Once again, family, it's very important that we practice group economics, because like he said, this nation is being judged. And even if you don't believe in the scriptures, which you should do, I mean, history tells you that each empire only lasts about 250 years, and America is at 248 right now. So even with just that understanding of history, coupled with the scriptures, you know that it'd be in your best interest to start investing in international interest, trade, and resources, and trying to position yourself, because at some point, like the scriptures say, we're going to be eating and drinking and not knowing when the destruction is going to come. So get your mind right, get your resources and finances right, and start supporting these brothers and sisters as boots on the ground in other places and locations that can help us out when the time comes. So with that being said, we're going to get into some of this PowerPoint Prince claim. All right, go ahead.
Real quick. Stop waiting for the chariots to fly.
So I want to take a pause right there before we get into the PowerPoint. And I see that you mentioned FBA a lot, but the whole thing that's happening currently with FBA is a delineation away from Africa or joining with Africa or getting involved, whatever. What do you say about that? Like, because you're speaking a Pan-Africanist mindset, but the FBA movement is moving in the exact opposite direction. What are your thoughts on that?
All right, let me explain. First of all, FBA is not a movement; it's a lineage. So with a lineage, we're talking about 43 million people, but there's not a monolith on FBA. You have differences in the FBA. You know what I mean? You got the FBA is nothing but African Americans. Now you got people within the FBA that may not agree with what I'm saying as it pertains to creating bridges with United States, FBA in Africa, and with people that are related to them by national descent that's in Africa. Because remember, everybody in Africa is not related to us in the sense of being from the same national origin. But in the FBA, you might have people that's Muslim, people that's Christian, people that's, most of us are focusing on what's going on with Tariq Nasheed and what you see on social media. But that FBA is defining just a lineage. Now, within this lineage of people, you may have certain ideological understandings that's forming movements. That's where any people, any ethnogenesis people, you're going to have diversity. So you're going to have disagreements. There you got some FBA that acknowledge returning back to Africa, and then you got some FBA that don't. But they're still all FBA because we're talking a lineage. You know what I'm saying? So
if the biggest movement is delineation in the FBA lineage, like, isn't that like there should be, and then I think recently, you had Umar Johnson started his own movement.
Yeah, I've seen that. But again, there's 43 million so-called African Americans. Okay, even though we know that's just an estimate. But within this delineation movement, you're not even talking a million people. You're talking about it being dominated on social media. See, FBA again is just, it can be the bum on the street that parents go back to former slaves, because it's a lineage. It's a people, you know what I mean? And with the people, you're going to have diversity. So the delineation in which you're seeing, it's a development from a specific group of people within the FBA that may acknowledge that. But you're gonna have Israelites that's FBA. You're gonna have Kemetic scholars that's FBA. You got. I'm saying hypothetical. Let me think of somebody. Ashby, who wrote Egyptian Yoga. Both his parents is so-called African American. He's Kemetic, but he's still FBA because it's a lineage. Once the only ones that's fallen victim to that is most that see things on social media. But the FBA is just everybody that's so-called African American in the Black community. It don't matter what they doing, they just all FBA because it's a lineage. So again, I'm an FBA that acknowledges that there is a bridge, and I also acknowledge that we're aboriginal to both continents. And I'm going to get into that in this presentation. I'm saying both sides have correct vantage points and viewpoints, but they both fall short because they're not interconnecting or locking and showing the interconnection. What I do during the presentation, the anthropogenesis or Hebrew anthropogenesis, I get into the world before Africa. You see what I'm saying? What we know as Africa, we've always existed. We've always existed. So having that understanding, we're not just going to stop in Africa or just stop in America. There was a time when both of these things were landlocked, and there was a universal thought within the first original humans that dwelt on Earth that Moors call planet Mud. Okay? So now we have to define things in accordance to the thought that would be in oneness, so to say, or within the circumference of this newly ethnogenesis people, right? There's a delineation of separation because now, because remember, the scripture even talk about that the sheep will be separated from the he-goat. So when I'm saying with Tariq Nasheed and all them are doing, it's all prophetic. This has to happen to reveal who Israel is or who Israel is not. Because you got to remember that 12 tribe chart, it got people on that chart that's really not Israel. So if Tariq Nasheed and others that think like that in the sense of this foundational Black American man and woman being the center, they would be correct even biblically with Zechariah chapter 12, verse 7, that the tents of Judah would be first, Yehuda, Yawata is the so-called black man in the United States. The 10th of him would be first, and then the other 11 tribes would follow suit of Judah. So we gotta make it clear that FBA is a lineage, and that lineage is the tribe of Judah, the so-called black man in the United States that lay waist deep in the wilderness of North America, following the social niceties of the enemy nations that took us captive. There has to be delineation because there is disrespect going on. Certain things have to happen so things can be separated, and then the righteous will rise from out of the midst of all that. There has always been resistance with our people, always. And we've always created an ethnogenesis idea within the state of the people within that dispensation of time. So what they thought in the 1930s, they didn't think in the 1950s. What they thought in the 1950s, they didn't think in the 70s or the 90s or the millennium. So like I said earlier with mathematics on this presentation, you first learn how to do math by the way of 0 to 9 or from 1 to 10. But as you develop mentally, when the cerebral cortex of the brain starts to become more functional, then you develop into a higher state of sense or consciousness. So the foundation remains the same, but the understanding broadens. So again, FBA has to be made clear. It's not a movement. There are movements within the FBA, within FBA, yes, but FBA itself is not a movement. So you have to make that clear. Hallelujah.
And I want to say this real quick for the people in the audience that like are trolls that are saying stuff. Why don't you come up here on your real account instead of these troll fake accounts? Okay, saying all this nonsense. Do use your real account. Because everybody knows that if you have an M71K at the end of your thing, that's a troll fake account. So cut it out.
Right, that's a fact. That's a fact. And the whole thing is this. The whole thing is you got to remember COINTELPRO, counterintelligence program. What was that? To stop the rise of a black messiah who would electrify the nationalistic aims of black America. So right now, where it has took over the mind state of the people is social media. So you always going to have your agents, whether covert or invert. It doesn't matter. They're there. We got to let them see what they fail to understand, the trolls, that all they're doing is showing what is being done is true. Because if what we're saying is not true, then there's no need to troll. Because what's in the dark always going to come to the light. And what we're saying is the difference from me and these guys is I got groundwork in. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, when I hear people argue and think they know what they're talking about, and then I say, well, where's your ground footwork research? What are you building? What legacy are you going to leave behind? But just be a troll? That's it? And furthermore, who's going to remember a troll? Because there's millions and billions of, there's millions of trolls. You know what I mean? It ain't nothing special that they doing. You know what I mean? But they're confirming what we're saying is correct. So you need trolls. You always going to have those that got a player haters degree, a PhD, a player haters degree. You understand what I'm saying? Those they hate are those that always had the will with outstretched arms with their chest up high to challenge the beast system. Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationalism is to challenge not only the community I come out, the Hebrew Israelite community, but to all those who thought that our people could never rise as a nation. So FBA all day, because it is a lineage. We built the United States. We built that hell on earth, right? But now it's time to build heaven. You ain't going to die and go to heaven. You go right here. You've been, right, trial, judged, convicted, and sentenced. Now the captivity is over. Now the imprisonment is over. So we are delineating to separate who Israel is and who's not. Who stands on truth? Who stands on Yahweh? Who stands on what's right and wrong and absolute and truth? For the late Ben Ami say truth has the inherited power to produce the promised effect. And if what you believing in is not producing nothing, then it's nothing but a dead letter. That's it. Dead thoughts for dead men walking, dead women walking, dead children walking. So we don't give a damn about you trolls. Keep trolling because you are part of this establishment of the kingdom of Yah on earth as it is in heaven, meaning the mind. The heavens is the mind. The earth is the manifestations and substance from the mind. If we wrong, then show us how to be right. Help your brother, help your sister. Don't try to like assassinate the character of a brother and sister. If you see, you always must judge by the way of intent. What is the intention of one that's trying to find self but may not have the truth of that? Is that person heart sincere in what they believe in? You got sincere Christians, you got sincere Jews, you got sincere Buddhists and Muslims or whatever. And they may not be right in their belief, but we talking about what permeates from out of their heart and mind. You see? Because there's always universal principles in everything. If DJ Genesis see me hungry, she gonna feed me. If I see DJ Genesis hungry, I'm gonna feed her. That supersedes a belief. We talking about the condition of self in our true state of existence. And that was to be in harmony with the environment around us. And that's why when I build and you see this understanding the 7 emanated cycles of how Adamic consciousness, I'm going to show how Adam was not a man, but how Adam was an ecological condition that developed by being manifested or formed from the earth's surface to establish a certain environmental condition to produce heaven on earth. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all say y'all know Hebrew culture, but y'all really don't, because it's a mind state. Remember, even when we go metaphorically and esoterically, Hebrew is a condition of evolving into Elohim on earth. Remember, the word Hebrew means my past as an ancient, or my crossing over. What? Crossing over from the subjective to the objective realm. Crossing over from Yahweh becoming Elohim within this dimensional plane as Israel today. We are Elohim embodied in human form with a 311 trillion, 40 billion year history. Check your Yuga cycles. We've been created. This ain't the first plane of existence that we created, or better yet, formated. This is the last that we did. We have manifested many realms, many universes. This ain't the first. We on a whole nother level of consciousness. So when you say Hebrew Israelite, don't think of some type of religious social misfit that y'all say dropped out of high school, because I heard y'all little comments talking about, oh, Hebrew Israelites, they're not real scholars. These are jailbirds and high school dropouts, because they haven't dived into real Hebrew Israelite scholars. So let's continue on DJ Genesis, if I answered your question. Hallelujah.
I'm saying that doctrine, that one West doctrine right there is gonna be the destruction of a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to sit there. That don't mean sit in America and wait for the chariots to fly. You need to be trying to travel and increase your knowledge and be trying to find places to go. You know what I mean? You got to flee Babylon mentally first, then you can flee physically. You know what I'm saying? Leave that Babylon American doodle over there in America, and then you can travel out the country and move out the country. You know what I'm saying? But don't be listening to all that. I'm gonna sit here and wait for the chariots to fly. Well, you gonna sit there and be waiting to get burned up too. But go ahead, brother.
Absolutely, absolutely. First and foremost, I give all praise and honor to Yahweh, the supreme, intelligent, powerful one of our forefathers, Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. Those for striving for righteousness' sake, I say unto the family, Shalom Aleichem. Understanding the 7 emanated cycles of Ha'adamic consciousness. What is that? When we look in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, we see the Hebrew word chayim or chach, which we translate as festival, but it also defines a circle pattern, so to say. So in our culture, we told our time based on cycles and seasons. So it's a continuous action. And as the brother proceeds on in the next slide, I say out of my book, 311 trillion, 40 billion BCE to now, I say that the realization of truth is the ultimate weapon to manifest one's reality. We, the children of Israel, have to come into the realization of defining our reality based on the destiny that was given to us through our forefathers, Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. We have gotten to a state of complacency known as religiosity. And just as the brother said, Hilltop said, we got to get out of this mind state of waiting for the chariot, a physical chariot / UFO to come save us. But let's see what the real chariot is by going to the next slide. The real chariot is you, as you can see right there. We see this astral being known as Adam HaChachma. And Adam HaChachma is an asexual being that's neither male nor female, but have both male and or masculine and feminine principle, known as Zokowa Nikiva in the Ivri. And you see shining from the apex of the dome, known as the Keter. And you see the circle over the Keter, the head. The UFO, the unidentified flying object, is the mind. You are the mothership. That's why you see within Adam HaChachma, you see this 360-degree cipher that this Ha'adam sits within. And as we see the elders, we have to give accolade to those that came before us. These are my elders that came. And in the center, we see the late Ben Ami. We see my master teacher. On the left, Prince Asiel. We see Prince Dr. Shaliak Ben Yahuda sitting down. These are the elders from the community that I come out of, which is known as the African Hebrew Israelites of Jerusalem, also known as the Kingdom of York, stationed in Dimona, Israel, Northeastern Africa. Next slide. And you see the elders continue in the next slide. And sometimes the elders come in threes. As you see Prince Dr. Shaliak on the far left. On the far right, you see Prince Asiel. And then in the center, down the bottom, you see Ben Ami, and you see the radiance coming from out of the crown, the Keter, right? The Kippah. And it says 3 holy spirits dwelling in the heavens, or what we know in Kabbalistic Hebraic thought as the Azuletic world of existence and pure will, or the set apart winds. Next slide. And then we see Ben Ami again, 1939 to infinity, that 8 sitting on its back, so to say, that there is no ending to the thoughts that was brought forth from one of our forefathers in the 20th century. Next slide. So now we're getting into the meat of the subject matter, the 7 root races of the terrestrial cosmic era. And we see that we have the first root race, which is identified as the polar root race, or which we call the Elohim root epic, when we were in a cosmological etheric state, trickling down into a watery element, which you get the Hyperborean. So we, Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals, we have no beginning or ending. We are the Elohim embodied in human form. We have a 311 trillion, 40 billion year history. Now, one might say, well, where are you getting that from? Remember earlier, I already established that the original Hebrews of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob go back to a Hebrew clan known as the Adavs. Abraham and them, they were ex-Brahmins. They were ex-Brahmins, but there were some sciences within the Brahmanistic thought process that were true, such as the Yuga Cycles. So it is more practical for Bible readers within our nation to use the 4 Yuga Cycles to study the Bereshit or the Genesis code inside Ha-Tanakh, right? The ancient Hebrews, now I'm in my book, 311 trillion, 40 billion BCE to now. I say that the ancient Hebrew word Yawam or Yah means that which containeth life. In concrete Eastern Hebraic thought, in Greco-Roman, Euro-Gentile abstract Western thought, Yawam or Yam is translated as day in the abstract sense, which has thrown off our original understanding of our cycles and seasons as the original children of Israel. The correct way to see the first chapter of Bereshit, chapter 1, or Genesis by way of Hebrew cosmogenesis and Hebrew anthropogenesis is this: 1, or the first Yom or day. Bereshit chapter 1, verses 1 to 5, within Torah Constitution. On the abode of Yahweh Elohim, 100 years of Yahweh Elohim, life equals 311 trillion, 40 billion human years, or the passing of time on earth. Second Yom, Bereshit 168 within Torah Constitution. This means 1 year of Yahweh Elohim time, which is 12 months or 360 days, equals 3 trillion, 110 billion, 400 million human years. Third Yom or day, Bereshit chapter. Oh, you went down. You went. Well, you can say. Yeah, stay right there. Yeah. Okay. This means 1 month. Or let me go back. Third Yom or Bereshit chapter 1, verse 9 to 13 within Torah Constitution. This means 1 month of Yahweh Elohim time equals 259 billion, 200 million human years. Fourth Yom or day, Bereshit 1, 10 to 19 within Torah Constitution. This means 1 24-hour day of Yahweh Elohim time equals 8 billion, 640 million human years. Fifth Yom or day, Bereshit 1, verses 20 to 23 within Torah Constitution. This further means 1 hour of Yahweh Elohim time equals 360 million human years. 6 Yom or day, Bereshit, Genesis 1:24 to 31 within Torah Constitution. This also means 1 minute of Yahweh Elohim time equals 6 million human years. And last, the 7th Yom day, Bereshit, Genesis 2:1 to 4 within Torah Constitution. And to conclude, this means 1 second of Yahweh Elohim time equals 100,000 human years. Next slide. You can go to the next slide. So we see in the next slide, us, Elohim embodied in human form, coming from the Elohim root epic down until we crystallize in ourselves in bodily form. And you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 is a very important number to understand the Bereshit code in the Yuga cycle. So now we're getting into the meat of the subject matter. We are Adam, Chachma, and Lumeria. Adam, Chachma, and Lumeria. And what do you see? You see that asexual being Adam or Ha'adam, masculine and feminine. And what do you see behind it? The separated tree of lives. Now watch this. We're about to deal in some sacred geometry. When you go to the GDs, the gangster disciples, they represent the 6, don't they? And when you go to the vice lord, they represent the 5, right? When you go to the Israelites, in most cases, because many falsely believe that the star Moloch is the same as the shield of David, when it's not. When the shield of David existed before Moloch or David existed, it's dealing in sacred geometry. So you got the 6 from the Israelites, and with the Moors, you got the 5. The blood. Now, when you start talking about Crips on the West Coast and Bloods, they weren't representing like the 6 points and all that. That came later, more on the East Coast. So not to disrespect anybody, I'm speaking about the blood from the East Coast. They represent the 5. And many of the Crip in the East Coast, like the Crips in Pittsburgh and all that, They represent the 6. When you look at the Sephirotic tree of life, it is the inverted and the horizontal. The 6 and the 5 coming together, borning from the surface of the earth, or Ha'adam. Ha'adam is not a man, but it's defining an ecological condition, being born from the earth's surface, known as Adamah. That's gay. Next slide. So now we have the root races and sub-root races. Now, one might say, well, don't that come from the Theosophical Society? You can go to the next slide. You're going to see root races and sub-races. And they say that come from Madam H.P. Blavatsky. No, it don't. No, it don't. When you read something called The Secret Doctrine, Volume 1 and 2, also Isis Unveiled, Theology and Science. When you read The Secret Doctrine, it's a commentary breaking down an ancient Indos Valley record known as the Stanza of Zion. The Stanza of Zion, excellent book. You got to get Unveiling Genesis. Mystery of the Root Races and Cycles by Philip Lindsay that he's showing. And I got that as well. And I recommended many of my students to get it, and they got it. And what you see in the Stanza of Zion is a history of what is known as Tamal Nugdu, which the world now calls Lumeria, and Patala, what they call Atlantis. Okay? To really understand the existence of these realities, you have to understand what I define at the Mighty Hebrew University as antediluvian history and post-diluvian history. So right here, you see 3, Lumerian. Now, 4 is blank. The reason why the number 4 is blank, because at this time, roughly around 36 million BCE, or roughly 60 million BCE to 34 million BCE, our bodies, it's not fully coursed or solidified. That's why when you read the book of Psalms, it talks about how we walked on this plane first with bodies of glorious light. So we're going from light being into physical. So now you see 3-5 of Lumeria. And what do you see? You see the word Negro there. Now, remember how I said that Israel is Elohim embodied in human form. Y'all heard me say that. And what I'm saying is we, the children of Israel, are not like the other nations. When you go to Jeremiah chapter 51, verse 19, it lets you know that Israel is the former and fashioner of the multiverse. So having that understanding, Israel existed before we was even on this plane in the physical form. You can also back that up with Deuteronomy chapter 32. And it talks about how the Most High gave the sons of man their demarcation stations in accordance to the number of the children of Israel. The children of Israel was 70 souls, 69 came in. Joseph was already here. That's 70 souls. When you go to Genesis chapter 10, there's 70 nations, right? But how would the Most High divide the nations, their demarcation stations, based upon the children of Israel if the nations came first, before the children of Israel? So that means that the children of Israel must have pre-existed. Another story, another topic. And this is where I'm bringing this all in.
So I do have a question about Israel, like even the word Israel, right? Because I've heard that the word Israel didn't even exist until what, 1940 something, 1947 or something like that. So I'm trying to understand,
Yeah, you're talking about the state of Israel, the modern day state of Israel, 1948. But Yisrael or Yashael or Yasha'ala, however one wants to pronounce it, it's in the annals of history, and it's literally thousands of years old. And Yisrael was a man. His original name was Yaakov or Jacob. And Jacob's name was changed to Yisrael. And this is roughly around 2066 BCE. Okay? And you see this in Bereshit or Genesis, the 35th chapter. And later in history, you see our land was defined as Judea. When the Romans conquered us, they purposely took the name Philistine, because the Philistines, who in fact were Cometians or Egyptians, you can see in the chapter of Genesis of Bereshit, they were the seafarers of the people of Kemet, right? They were our nemesis. They were our arch enemy. So the Romans took the word Philistine out of mockery to us and named that area Palestine. The word Palestine comes from the word Philistine. This is fact, right? So those that call themselves Jews, along with the Palestinians, none of them are indigenous to that land. So when people, you know, a lot of Black Americans that claim, you know, some type of revolution, and they say, oh, the so-called white hats, they Zionists. We don't support them, but we support Palestine. But the Palestinians are invaders too. You understand what I'm saying?
And see,
if y'all don't know,
this must be this has to be a foreigner because he can't even spell. Only speech about racism. We black this and we black that. Wake up, brother. You are not a Jew from Israel. You have no law from Moses.
Right.
So
Wait up. Let me just finish Bill where I was at, because I don't want to lose my focus. So, you know, when you dealing in politics, they just did something recent. Give a shout out to Shot Greer, to the ambassador Azriel Moore ben Israel. And he is like the liaison of the Africa-Israeli diaspora, right? And you have in Israel, which I've been, and I live in Dimona, and I live in Tanzania. So when somebody say, we don't know this, we don't know that, I live in Israel. For the person that's trolling, I live in Israel, in the southern Negev. And I'm telling you, you got what is known as Afro-Palestinians. When you go to Jerusalem's prison gate, and you go to different areas in the Shagev and in the Negev, you will see Black Palestinians, Ishmaelites, that look just like me and you, and the so-called white Palestinians. They oppress them people, man. They oppress them people. So people don't really know about the racism from the Palestinians and what they're doing to the Afro-Palestinians and other indigenous Black populations that live in Israel. So when somebody says something about the Jews are usurps, man, to the land. They not the original inhabitant. That's why, okay, watch this. I'm gonna throw something at y'all. You know the DNA website 23andMe, 20, whatever it is, right?
Uh-huh.
Y'all ain't noticed that everybody on earth DNA is there except Israel and Palestine. Why won't the so-called Jews in Israel take a DNA test? Y'all don't understand that they created what is known. See, they don't know history, these people that's on this live. That's Bill. The founder of what y'all talk about, haplogroups and haplotypes, was a rabbi / doctor, or who developed what is known as the CMH, or the Cohen model haplotype. And what he did was took Jewish haplotype, which is J2 haplotypes. And what they did was they compared it to modern day so-called Middle Eastern people. They ain't never dig up no ancient Israelite bones and abstract the DNA to see if they DNA match to that. Y'all stupid. Y'all actually believe they the people of the land. They not the people of the land. Okay, let's deal with the historical fact. It was Sheikh Ahmed. See, they don't know the ground history, the ground footwork history. I said him, a matter of fact, DJ Genesis played it, that the sheik that was on there, and I'm going to get him to come on. Sheikh Ahmed is of a royal Ishmaelite family that live in the southern Negev. It was his grandfather that worked with the Rothschilds to help them to scalp out the land of Israel. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all don't know shit. I'm telling you the actual historical facts that the so-called Jews came in by the way of the Balfour Declaration through the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds didn't know anything, okay, about the landscape of Israel. So they used the indigenous populations, which were Afro-Palestinians, Afro-Ishmaelites, and remnants of Afro-Israelites that still lived in the land. Why do you think they created Operation Moses and Operation Solomon, the airlift the so-called Falasha, or correctly Beit Yisrael, the house of Israel from out of Gondar, Ethiopia? Why? Because the Judaism that them Europeans were following, it didn't align with the land. So they needed Israelites from Africa to authenticate themselves. Why do you think they're using the Lamba of South Africa? Because they really know what identifies an Israelite is by the way of E1B1A /M2 haplogroup and /L2 and L3 for the women. They know that the Bantu speaking tribe, we could do a comparative, I destroy anybody that come on. We could do a comparative study on the Bantu speaking tribes that still uphold Hebraic practices in Africa. And you can clearly see it was Hebrewisms, not Judaism. We are not Jews. We're not Jewish. They took the Hebrew word Yahuda, Yahawadah, Yahuda, Judah, and distorted that word and came up with Jew and started labeling all the 12 tribes Jews. No, if I'm from the tribe of Naphtali, I'm not Judah. So why are you calling me Jewish? Jewish is a religion. Judaism is a religion. Anybody can be a Jew, but anybody cannot be an Israelite. You have to be a descendant of the man, the Hebrew man, Yaakov, Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel. That's what determines if you're an Israelite or not. And it don't have nothing to do with no Europeans. Show me right now where European scientists scrape DNA from off of some ancient Israelite bones and see if they got any type of relative match. You can't do that with that. You need blood. The life is in the blood. They can't prove that they're the Israelite. Y'all didn't know that? You know life is in the blood, right? The only way that they can prove that they're Israelites of that land, they will have to find some blood from some Israelites from over 3,000 years ago and get the blood and see if they blood match. Come on, man. Y'all didn't know that? Y'all let these people, yeah, there's a good book. I read that book, The 13th Tribe by Arthur Koestler. Their own people exposed them. Then you got the dude saying that you know, exposed the Israeli government, the Israeli, Sanhedrin. They not Israelites. The Johns Hopkins University exposed all that. You got modern day neuroscientists, biologists. They're exposing these people, man. They're not Israelites. They never gave y'all ancient Israelite blood to determine that they're Israelites. They gave y'all modern Jewish and Middle Eastern blood, and they defined or redefined what constituted an Israelite, and y'all ran with that. So when y'all run around and y'all talk about DNA this, DNA that, y'all only can compare ancient people with blood. And they don't be having the blood of none of these ancient people that they talking about, man. They have no proof at all that they are Israelites. And y'all ran. Why do you think they don't call themselves Hebrew Israelites? Because within the South is exposing the outer. They're not identifying themselves with the ancient name of the people. They're identifying with a modern idea that was developed by the way of white supremacy, man. And they use the Talmud as a callous, you know what I mean? Excuse me, as a catalyst to impose their wicked will against other nations by looking at them as cattle. And they expose this, right? They expose this in the book known as the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. How these people were going into different countries and they were bankrupting the country to a degree that the people became subservient to them through the banking system. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Grandy, for Chris film, but understand we didn't use that word Jew. Anywhere in the Old Testament, at the end of the Old Testament, where you see Jew in the Hebrew, it's going to say Yahuda. And you talking about the southern kingdom being Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, right? That was the southern kingdom. But technically, the only Judites was from the tribe of Judah. Now, when you talk in the kingdom, the southern kingdom was named Yehuda or Judea. These people are not Israelites. Y'all really, listen, I'm gonna let it press play, but I gotta say this, man. Y'all really let them people fool y'all into believing that they were Israelites? Y'all believe that? Y'all really, I'm talking to all y'all that claim that y'all scholars out there. Y'all actually believe that them people that's living in the land of Israelite right now, y'all really believe that they the original Jews and the Palestinians, which will be the Philistines, which are Egyptian or really Cometian? Y'all believe that crap, man? Y'all believe that lie? How intelligent you are and how you've been advanced in the white man's Western academia, a part of the elite boule society, and y'all don't know that the people over there that's calling themselves Jews, they are not the true Israelites. And the people that call themselves today Palestinians, and I'm talking about the Euro-Asialite Palestinians, y'all didn't know that them people are not the original Philistines? Y'all didn't know that? Damn, I thought y'all was more intelligent than that. I can't even take y'all serious as scholars that y'all really arguing about if the Hebrews were black or white, that the Egyptians were black. Y'all know goddamn well that them ancient nations was black at that time. Y'all know better than this, man. And I'm talking to you like a father would talk to his son and put his son on his lap and say, son, and I'm talking about when he's a little child, 5 years old, 4 years old, when your son do something wrong and you sit him down and you tell him, look, boy, don't make that turn. You see what you did when you made that turn. I'm like the police officer on Minister Society when I told Cain, you know you done fucked up now. You know you done fucked up. So you really believe. I'm really sincerely asking all y'all that debate this argument all day, that y'all believe that the Moors were white. Y'all believe that the Israelites was white. Y'all believe that the people of Egypt was white. Y'all believe that shit? If y'all believe that shit, I'm saying this live from there. Y'all the most stupidest motherfuckers that I ever heard come on social media in my life. And I don't take none of y'all scholarship serious at all. I don't give a fuck who y'all are. Because it's an insult on our ancestors and everything that they built, right? Everything that they built is a lie. So you saying everything that Alvin Van Septima or Alvin Van Sertima said, and they came before Columbus. That was all a lie. That was all pseudo. And y'all trying to say that there wasn't no indigenous populations that were our people before the Mongols came over and took over? Y'all gonna say now that Dr. Yosef A.A. Ben Yochanan is pseudo because he told you African origins of the major Western religions on page 76 that during the Saracen War in 115 ACE that the Hebrews were originally Negroes, from northeastern Africa that was warring against the Romans, and they migrated into West Africa and started to develop different ethnogenesis people with the indigenous populations that were already there. So he's pseudo for saying that. So Sheikh Anti Droop or Sheikh Anti Diop is pseudo in his book Pre-Colonial Black Africa, where he talked about there was a minority of Israelites in the Niger Bit region of Tindama, where they specialized in cultivating, vegetables from well water instead of river water. So he's pseudo too. So Dr. John Hevin Clark pseudo too, where he said Africans at a crossroads in his book, where he talked about there's a need now for us to study the migrational pattern of the Israelites after the destruction of the temple and how many of them ran into the body of Africa. So he's pseudo too. So you saying all your Afrocentric Scott, the granddaddy of Afrocentric thought, right, is pseudo too, huh? Come on now. And I'm sorry that I got to talk to y'all like this. Like, I'm sorry that I have to be like calm and collective to show your ignorance. To come on here and talk about how we not the Jew. I never said I was a Jew. I never said I was a Jew. I said I'm an Israelite. I never said I was Jewish. I never said I'm a practitioner of Judaism. I'm a Hebrew Israelite sovereign national from the tribe of the FBA lineage known as Yehuda, Judah. It's just that simple. There's nothing complex about this, but you can continue on DJ Genesis.
With us being in what is known as the Lumerian root epic. And you see 5 and 6, they're filled, but 7 becomes blank. 7 is blank because the Lumerian root epic or the Tamana root epic borns the battalion or the Atlantean root epic. Number 1, you see who? The Ramon roots, correct? You see the Ramon. You see the Ramon roots, and I want to read to the family real fast the description of the Ramon roots, because one might say, well, who are the Ramon? Well, here's the book right here. It's called Legends of Atlantis and Lost Lemuria by minor archaeologist W. Scott Elliott. So we're going to read the description of the Ramon and where they come from, so we can have an understanding that this is the antediluvian ancestors of the ancient Hebrews. See, we're not even in post-diluvian. I'm going to show you the antediluvian ancestors of the Hebrews. So I'm on page 29, the Ramon race. The Ramon race came into existence between 4 and 5 million years ago, at which period large portions of the great southern continent of Lemuria still existed, while the continent of Atlantis had not assumed its proportions it ultimately attained. It was upon the spur of this Lemurian land that the Ramon race was born. Roughly, it may be located at latitude 7 north and longitude 5 west, which a reference to any modern atlas will show to lie on the Ashanti coast of today. It was a hot, moist country where huge antediluvian animals lived in reedy swamps and date forests. The Ramon were a dark race, their complexion being the sort of mahogany black. Their height in these early days were about 10 or 12 feet, truly a race of giants. So we see these Ramon break off coming from out of the Madagascarian, Tanzanian area, and they started to push into West Africa, Ashanti land. This is why they found something called the Eye of the Sahara. And this is where they're saying that Atlantis developed. And as we read on, we see roughly around 2.8 million BCE, your first natives of South America. At this time, it was known as the city of the Golden Gate, also known as Ruta, born a group known as Tavaklis. The Mohos started to teach the Tavaklis diamond power or pyramid power. That's why when you look, and we're going to get into this later, you're going to see the Tavaklis teaching your pre-Toltecs. This is why you're finding all these pyramids over in the United States. It don't have nothing to do with the post-Toltecs. This is antediluvian history where sorcery and the dark art started to become proliferated throughout the island of Ruta, which is known as South America. Sorcery, witchcraft, it didn't start in Africa. It actually started in South America. And at the time, it was known as Ruta during the Atlantis root epic. Because of the brain power that was being used at this specific time, it caused mass destruction. The first destruction we see with volcanic eruption, roughly around 12 million BCE. Some say, and I'm not even going to get into the comet condor. I'll talk about that another time. So we see that there's a destruction. And then we get these floods. So now you have a grossness of sorcery taking place. So because of this, you see a flood take place. This is roughly around 800,000 BCE. You get the first flood. And then as time developed, you see this colonization or Grubanti, which later became known as Kemet. The reason why they called this area Grubanti is because originally Ethiopia was an island. We're going to get into that as we develop, because I'm going to show you slides. It was an island. And what happened, fertile soil was pushing down from this island to form Kemet or Grubanti. So you're seeing roughly around 400,000 BCE, this pyramid power being shifted over from Ruta or South America into what we call today Kemet. There were two colonizers. You had in Upper Kemet, a group from the Indos Valley came known as the Nagas. The Naga is a Sanskrit word that means serpent people. When you get the Hebrew word Nakash and Nagas, it's the same, meaning whisper, enchanter, serpent power. When you see it in the suit or the pharaohs wearing the crowns with the cobras, which is indigenous to the Indus Valley, you see that they're identifying themselves with the ancient Nagas of the Indus Valley. This is in Upper Kemet during pre-dynastic Kemet. Before the people of Kemet existed, the people of Kemet or Mizraim are post-Diluvian that are descendants of Ham. They only became the custodians of what already existed during pre-dynastic Kemet, known as the divine dynasties. You had the first divine dynasty, the second divine dynasty, and the third divine dynasty. So now you get in this pyramid power from these pre-Toltecs of Upper Kemet, or what became known as Upper Kemet, or the Nagas. Lower Kemet comes from the island of Ruta from South America, known as your Nakols. And this is where born Upper and Lower Grubanti or Kemet, which later through Menes or Narmer, he unified Upper and Kemet, which was a descendant of Ham. So now you have from there, if you look at 4 or 5 of this Atlantean, you see what? Original Shemite. Why? Remember I told you that the Hebrew existed even before Shem? Now, you have what are known as your pre-Shemites that came from a man by the name of Shemyaza that was born roughly around 850,000 BCE. When Noah, 9,564 BCE, named his son Shem, he named his son Shem after the pre-existent Shem that existed before him. So you see this pre-original Shemite in number 4 or 5 Atlantean breaking off and creating your Aryan root epic. Aryan is a Sanskrit Hebrew word that means noble. Right now we're in the Aryan root epic. It don't have nothing to do with race. Hitler and all of them distorted that. So now what do you see? 1, Hindu, Egyptian, to Aryan Shemite. So now you're seeing this process of these root cycles and races coming into being. Go to the next slide, because it's important. So now this is the history of Lemuria at its prime, okay? And what do you see? You see in the reddish part, landmass. The white part is the landmass underwater. So you can clearly see that parts of Africa was underwater. And as these floods are taking place, because the first flood was 800,000 BCE, the second flood was 200,000 BCE, the third flood was 80,000 BCE, and the fourth and the last flood, known as Noah's flood, was 9,564 BCE. As we develop with these maps that came from the book Legends of Atlantis and Lost Lemuria by minor archaeologist W. Scott Elliott, you're going to see Africa form as the maps develop. Next slide, my brother. Again, we see Lemuria roughly around 36 million BCE. And you clearly see that most of Africa was underwater, but there was land mass and we existed. Not in the sense of how we exist today. We looked at different. We were more stronger. We were more gigantic. Okay? We'll get into that as we develop. Next slide. So the History Channel even shows us ancient Lemuria known as Kumari Kandam. And what do we see connected to it? We see Madagascar connected. And we can easily prove it through the lemur monkeys. If we're talking flora and fauna, we see that you have lemur monkeys in the Indos Valley, but you also have lemur monkeys in Madagascar. How did lemur monkeys get to the Indos Valley? Simple, because there were land masses there. And we're going to prove it through the archaeological evidences as well, not just pictures. I'm painting a picture first. And as I develop, then I'm going to show y'all that the chronological records from the Mighty Hebrew University, from the esoteric knowledge that was handed down to us, is aligning, or Hebrew cosmogenesis and Hebrew anthropogenesis is aligning with the historical record. Now, next slide. So here we go. Who is Hanuman? Part human, part monkey. Hanuman is a central character in the Hindu epic Ramayana. He is generally depicted as a man with a face of a monkey and a long tail, often described as the son of Hanuman, the Hindu god for wind. Hanuman is known for his extraordinary daring fleets, strength, and loyalty. And the source, you can go to Indian Pro's identity card for monkey god Hanuman and BBC News. Now, one might say, well, why are you bringing this up? Because I want to show you the hybridization of what is known as Ramapithecus, Australopithecus, the Cro-Magnon, and the Neanderthalians, right? Because they do say that the Neanderthalians have RH rhesus monkey DNA in them. I want to show you the hybridization is being identified in the story of the Ramayana. And this is also going to give you the understanding the origin of the white race. Huh? Because aren't they the ones that come out most of the time with a cactus tail, which is known throughout the esoteric writings as the Karna buffer? We're going to show you the real origin of the so-called white race as we develop. Next slide. So here goes Art Station Hanuman, Hindu god. Now, my Hebrew, you showing these images of the Hindu god Hanuman that was created by the god Rama. What is so important about this Rama and this Hanuman? Well, Hanuman is the Sanskrit word that born the English word human. Next slide, because now it's time to get into the paleontology of this demonstration. So now we have here at the Better India, the Ramapithecus and the Shivapithecus. That's very interesting. Now, they found human-like bones in the Indian subcontinent in Tanzania known as Ramapithecus. But the funny thing about this demonstration is that they named these bones Ramapithecus from after the Hindu deity Rama. And in the story of the Ramayana, right, isn't it that Rama creates this half human, half beast man-like species? And then it gives us a greater understanding of the movie Planet of the Apes, right? And that Rama created Hanuman, right? And now you have paleontologists and archaeologists that found these fossilized bones in the Indian subcontinent, also in Tanzania, known as Ramapithecus. Next slide. Very interesting, right? Why is it called Ramapithecus? Ramapithecus, a fossilized anthropod, ate of the Miocene epoch. And when you understand the sin of the mindless that we're going to read about, that's written in the stanza and Zion records, the Miocene period is roughly around between 16 to 18 million BCE. Ramapithecus, a fossilized anthropod, ate of the Miocene epoch, known from the remains found in Southwest Asia, just as I said, the Indian subcontinent, and East Africa, just like I said, Tanzania, and probably ancestor to the orangutan. It is named from Rama, that Hindu deity, plus Greek Pithecus, ape. And you can find that at www.encyclopedia.com for Ramapithecus. So now in the next slide, we are at Legends of Atlantis and Lost Lemuria by W. Scott Elliott. And we're going to read about what is known as the sin of the mindless. And the sin of the mindless is the shameful acts of the mindless men at the first separation of the sexes. Remember how Adam in original form was neither male nor female, but a vorous being, a vorous asexual being that was neither male nor female, but a being that had masculine and feminine principle, which later separated into male and female sexes. So for the Afrocentric scholars, women were not on the planet before men. Men were not on the planet before women. Men and women came on the earth at the same time. The Hebrew word for rib is zalon. Zalon is the feminine principle that resides in Ha'adam, not a literal rib. So again, the shameless acts of the mindless men at the separation of the sexes have best be referred to in the words of the stanza of the archaic book of Zion. No commentary is needed. During the third root race, the boneless animals, next slide, the boneless animals, because remember, when I showed y'all that diagram of the root so-called races and how 3-4 or Lemuria was blank, and I said we weren't fully coursed, notice how I'm aligning with everything I'm saying. I'm aligning exactly to what I'm saying. So watch this, y'all, because this goes deep. So let's read. During the third root race, the boneless animals grew and changed. They became animals with bones. Their bodies became solid. The animals separated first. They began to breed. The twofold man, talking about Adam, separated also. He said, let us, as they, let us unite and make creatures. And they did. And those that had no spot took huge she animals into them. Now, we know scientifically you have what is known as ghost gene DNA, and you also have R.H. Reese's monkey DNA gene. And when you study the sciences, they never found this amongst us, the R.H. Reese's monkey DNA. But you find this in Asians, Europeans, and many Native American tribes. And you find this in the Neanderthalian bones. This is why, this is facts.
Sometimes I have to like pause it because certain people just want to be heard and they're gonna keep saying stuff. He done been about the Gregorian calendar. How dare you? He's all loud. So can you explain before the common era? He's saying
Again, man, we don't have to make things complex. You know, we know right now that's what people are upholding, meaning in the sense of calculating time. You have to talk to people so they understand. So if I say Abraham was born 2166 BCE, or if I just say something like he was born 4,223 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to get out of making things so complex. Everybody know exactly what I mean, right? Everybody all over the earth, even with their own calendars, it'll still be the same date. The only calendar on the earth that's different would be the Ethiopian calendar, because right now I believe Ethiopia is in 2011 right now. They're the only group on the planet whose calendar is, I think, like 18 years behind, something of that nature. Okay? So what I'm saying is we got to get out of this mind state of, it becomes to a point now, I ignore certain things that ain't even worth, speaking. Like, how you going to understand me? Okay, you're using some type of system to tell the time and the date. Like we just got to get out of, the foolishness. And when you really start talking about the Gregorian calendar and how calendars were developed, I mean, Europeans ain't developed nothing. They just built off a foundation that was already in existence before them. That's it. Y'all ain't like these people created something. They ain't create no calendar. And quiet as it's kept, if you really want to talk about the founders of the Gregorian calendar, they were people from the continent of Africa who were Roman citizens. There was a difference from being a Roman national versus a Roman citizen. Just like when you talk about the first popes, and when you read a lot of, you read books like the Council of Nicene and different things like that, and they talk about the first popes, they are right to cover up the identity of the first popes. They'll say, yeah, the Roman citizens, woo, woo, woo. And you don't even know that the original popes or the first popes, they were from Africa. Y'all don't even know the Septimius Severus. He was from Africa and he overthrew the Roman Empire. Y'all ain't know that? Y'all supposed to know y'all history, man. Oh yeah, that's right. It's whitewashed or blacked out through whitewash, as Zuzar would say. But let's continue on.
And I just want to say this: don't keep thinking about where you came from. We are a mixed people. Everyone was once a slave in history. No one has pure DNA. God is true, and no color God. Okay, shouts out.
No, all slavery is, we can't let that slide. We can't let that slide. Stop. This is a troll, because all slavery is not the same. You got indigenous servitude, and then first of all, we got to understand that the concept of we're defining as slavery in ancient times versus more or less modern day slavery that you see coming through the West African slave trade and even the East African slave trade. The East African slave trade was controlled by the Arabs. And then the West African slave trade was a conglomerate. You got the French, you got the British, the Portuguese, the Spaniards, all these different people, the English. Okay. So what I'm saying is, when you look at ancient times, indigenous servitude was connected to the system that you lived in. Like, for instance, say if DJ Genesis, I needed a car, and DJ Genesis lent me $2,000 to go get a car, right? And I'm supposed to pay the money back a certain time, but I don't pay that money back. Then within a society, I could become an indigent servant to her to pay off the debt. But after the debt is paid off, I'm not in service to her anymore. What I'm saying, there was codes of ethic when you talk about indigenous servitude, whereas though we went through something that was unhumane, like no other people ever went through in the annals of history, where we talk about we were totally stripped of our identity, our language, our culture, our heritage. And slavery for us was time indefinite, because those that enslaved us looked at us as the beast of the field. So you can't compare this. You can't say everybody suffered from slavery. No. The transatlantic slave trade was beyond a Holocaust. That shit was a Holocaust. It disrupted tribes, demarcation stations, and nations, stripped us totally from our land, and we became a no people in a foreign land. So the sit back and try to undermine that, because that's what that person is doing by saying stuff like everybody went through slavery. No people on this planet is in loss of identity like our people in the Western Hemisphere, man. So let's stop playing these games. You cannot compare an abomination versus indigenous servitude. That's two different things. Them people got their freedom back when they finished doing whatever they had to do to pay off that debt. So what are you talking about? Coming up here, making, certain statement. I live on the continent of Africa. And even to this day in Tanzania, like if somebody owe a debt, they might work for that person, part-time or something, or they might have them do some chores, and they might got to do that for a period of time until they pay off their debt. That's still going over here in Africa, man. But they ain't got nothing to do with slavery. Nah, and I'm not saying that there wasn't war and sometimes tribes were defeated and whoever was left alive, the women and the children, a lot of them either became indigenous servants for a period of time and then they was let free, or them people became absorbed into that tribe. So we got to stop with this madness, making these excuses. Like, man, them people, them Europe Gentiles, they the scum of the earth, man. That slavery that they brought, that was an abomination. So you can't compare that. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. So listen, we have Prince Lewis in the background. If you want to come up, you have to show, you have to come up, because right now with this subject, I have trolls. I don't know if people are real or not. You have to cam up before I bring you up to the panel. Prince Lewis, you there?
Yeah, hello there. Yeah, sorry, I'm literally in my bed. I don't have no top on properly, and it's about 6 o'clock in the morning here in England. So I got to edit it before you can see my face. If you need to see my face first, but I am real.
Well, no, that's fine. I have you covered up, because I don't. People will get up here and try to porn bomb, and so I want to make sure.
No, I don't. I'm not doing nothing like
so
that.
What did you want to say?
Yeah, I just want to say to Mighty Hebrew, I love you, brother. I first saw you on the Signature show many years ago, and I've been following you since. I'm a brother from Ghana. I'm an Ashanti man, from one of the royal families there. I'm just ringing up saying we love what you do, Mighty Hebrew. I got your details through your sites and all that. I will be in touch when I get back to Ghana end of the year. I got some projects I'm doing there, but I'm just want to say that I want to thank you for all your teachings you've done through the years. Okay, I've been following you. I love what you do, so I'm just bringing up the show just to let you know that what you're doing is not in vain. We appreciate it, and it's effective. But we love what you do.
Toda my Lord. Toda Prince. I definitely appreciate that. You know what I mean? And I'm glad to hear, I definitely see that North America / West Africa / UK connection. Shout out to all the Brits over here with me in the UK. Over here with me now in Tanzania. Because there's a lot of Repatriation Israelites over here from the UK that's over here with me too. They over in Dar es Salaam. A lot of them live in Arusha. They live in Morogoro, and they also live in Wanza. So just give a shout out to all of them, and it's definitely an honor. And it makes me feel good that, because I've been doing this for 34 years.
Yes.
And I'm glad that, a brother like yourself, you come on and you say, yo, I've been following you for years, and definitely not. And I know you don't mean me personally, but the truth that's presented. And that's what all I wanted was for us to challenge ourselves and to grow as a people versus constantly having rubber stamp information. You know what I'm saying? Because I remember at one time, the Hebrew Israelite community was highly respected. It was highly respected. You couldn't just, come out the side of your neck and just talk crazy on Israel, or you know what I'm saying? And but because of all the folly that's going on social media and just in the world, it's a disdain now in the form of disrespect to Israel. And one of them, forms of disrespect is the niggerisms and the lack of scholarship. So, so that's why I developed Hebrew cosmogenesis, Hebrew anthropogenesis, studying ancient archaic Hebrew symbolism and Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationalism, because I wanted us to challenge ourselves, not the world, but ourselves. And then in turn, after challenging ourselves and destroying the lies, the deceptions, the myths within ourselves, what was left, we would use that to destroy any of those that were around us that are trying to destroy us, period.
The
You know what I'm saying? So that's why.
The degeneracy has risen very high, but at the same time, the men have to stand up. The men got to be stand up and be counted. Every man has to be a teacher. But trust me, the knowledge is getting out there now. I've seen basic people on TV saying in Ghana, for instance, that Jesus was a black man. It's somehow it's getting through. Somehow it's getting through, and I'm just glad you're still going. Okay, brother. I just want to. I'm not gonna stay here long because I got to get ready to go and do the work, get my house finished off in Ghana. So I can't stay too long back. Or I'm just ringing to say, brother, I will be in touch in due course. All right. I love what you do. Okay, keep it up. Okay, your work is getting is out there. We're listening. People in my village are listening. They're getting the message. Okay, so I just want to say thank you.
You're welcome, my Lord. Shalom alaikum. Shalom, shalom.
All the best, bro. Next time.
Yeah, so this guy doesn't even have an account. I looked it up. There's no account for this guy that's talking in the chat. And that to me is a coward, because you've been up here this whole time talking stuff and it's gibberish. So I know you're not American. I think you're probably using a translator to try to say stuff, and it doesn't even make any sense half the time. It's fragmented. You're probably using a translator. And
see, that's a tether right there. That's a tether. And let's make it clear. All foreigners are not tethers. Tethers are those that try to cloak onto our stuff and benefit off our stuff, and at the same time deny who we are and claim it as themselves. They are those that jump on the coattail or jump on the bandwagon, but don't give no acknowledgement that it was the black man in the United States that became the galvanizing force, and they are to this day still the galvanizing force of every social, geopolitical resistant movement that exists on this planet. And that is just facts. And y'all can hate African Americans or foundational Black Americans, whatever you want to call us, all day long. Okay.
And he's a Christian.
And y'all can also, and I want to say this, and shout out also to foundational Black Brits. You know what I'm saying? Because they pouring out some strong information like that. I forgot her name. Something Susan. She's a scholar over there in the UK, and showing how we were ruling in Europe during the Dark Ages. And they manifesting some strong scholars out in the UK too as well.
Okay, and he says, okay, all right, and all right. He said he feels that the Black Hebrew is a cult, and I feel that has nothing to do with God or the Bible. You get busted if you want to speak about Israel Christian Orthodox. And I'm like, so he's saying that everything that you're saying gets, I guess, overdone if you talk about Israel Christian Orthodox. Are you from Ethiopia? He's asking, are you from Ethiopia? Do you live in Ethiopia? Are you part? So in his mind, but the whole thing is Christianity came after Judaism. So he's not even talking about Christianity right now. You're talking about Christianity. Right. He's not talking about Christianity.
Right.
Christianity came later. And Christians were a cult. Hold on. Christians were a Pauline cult from the Paulists or something like the Pauline. So that was actually that was from Paul. But I don't want to put down Christians, you know what I'm saying? Right now, this ain't the conversation for that. But if you actually do the research, Christian was considered a cult way before Hebrew Israelite was. So it's crazy the pot calling the kettle black. You'll say that this is a cult, but then you don't understand that Christianity at one point was a cult. That the actual Bible, the Christian Bible, the New Testament was forbidden. It's called the Forbidden Book. And people would get beheaded by even having it in their possession. So,
but look, look at the image. Look at this image. That right there tell you everything he thinking. Look at Jesus Christ and God, white men. So I don't even have to respond anymore because right there he just gave himself up. So let's continue on. I think, see, sometimes you can tell on yourself. My mother always said, never let your left hand know what your right hand doing. And see, just your image alone tells me everything how you think. You got an image of JJ or JC, right? And that image is an image of a so-called white man. And then look at supposedly his father rising, supposed to be the most high. He's in the image of a so-called white man. So right there, you already let me know from the rip that your thoughts is corrupt. They corrupt. So there's no need for me to even, respond, but you can continue on.
Right. And the bottom line is you need to do more research into your own belief system, not just only read the Bible, but just read some books. Just read some history, because it's more to it than that, But anyways, at the end of the day, you're saying that he's not bringing up facts. He's bringing out the books. He's bringing out the encyclopedia, but you're too busy typing and trying to translate what you want to type next, trolling. But rather than at least reading what he's saying, because if you can't understand it, well, you could at least read it. You know what I'm saying? Because clearly you can't speak English. You're definitely using a translator. So, I mean, but I'm gonna just let you be in there just talking to yourself at this point because you're being disruptive, and I'm trying to let you live. You know what I'm saying? Because hey, it's all you're doing is giving my channel what's it called when you have a not content, but like a traction, you know what I'm saying, by even being in a thing. So shouts out, thank you for bringing more views to my channel by commenting. That definitely helps YouTube keep me in the algorithm. So comment more, keep on going.
Also, DJ Genesis, I have to make a run real fast, so just let it play. It'll be like 40 minutes. But I'm gonna be live, but I'm still gonna be live listening and coming in and out. I'll be coming in and out.
Okay, because I eventually we probably have to do a part 2 because I could chop this up at some point. So
no, let it play. Part 2 will be the other part I send you.
Okay.
Watch now. Listen. They begat upon them dumb races. Dumb they were themselves, but their tongues untied. The tongues of their progeny remained still. Monsters bred. A race of crooked, red-headed cover monsters or the orangutan, going on all fours. And if you notice in the movie The Planet of the Apes, the orangutan was very intellectual because what is happening is a devolution, not an evolution. See, in Darwin's theory, he wants you to believe that man evolved from a primate or ape-like species. At the Mighty Hebrew University, we're saying the opposite. The primate and the ape-like species evolved from man. 2 different things. Or better yet, devoluted from man. When you go into the ancient records of nations from the Indos Valley, they taught that apes and monkeys came from wicked men that mixed with species that weren't of their family line. And that's very interesting, right? To understand. So what we're saying is that man was on the planet before the bones that they actually find, such as the Australopithecus, the Ramapithecus, the Homo erectus. We existed. These are hybrids from our human family mixing with other species. So this is why the Mighty Hebrew University, we don't teach a monogenesis. We teach a polygenesis. So there are nations on the planet that don't even descend from Noah. How about that? How about that? See, let's get it going. Let's get it cracking.
Third, it says, a dumb race to keep the shame untold, right? And it breaks it down. And the ancient commentary adds, when the third separated and fell into sin by breeding men animals, these animals became ferocious and they mutually destructive. To then, there was no sin. Go to the next slide. And you're going to see a diagram. Because I'm keep going, right there. So you see this diagram right here, and you see the primordial astral man. So the first is that Ketan, that's the mind, and you see two separate entities taking place. So when they talk about the missing link is the mind, and the mind trickled down into the best part, which is us on the right hand side. And the beast man species, like the apes, the monkeys, gorillas, all that, even the so-called white race, you know what I'm saying? You can see the origins are from the left. That's why the Euro-Gentile use the left side of the hemisphere of the brain, whereas though we use the right side of the hemisphere of the brain function, right? And I had you skip over some of that stuff because for time's sake, I want some of the people to see some of the information. So go to the next slide. Because one might say, well, where's your scientific evidence? You can go hilltop to the next slide. So you keep past that right now. You're going to pass that because that comes from out of my book, Our True History, Diaspora and Our Freedom. Right there, right there, right there. Stop. Yep. Keep it right there. Yep, right there. Where you see, yep. So now we at the Smithsonian Institute.com. And what does it say? Doesn't it say? Let's see what it says. Doesn't it say modern humans once mated with other species? I didn't say it. This comes from the Smithsonian Institute. It says genetic studies reveal some modern humans carry DNA from extinct hominoid species, evidence of ancient interbreeding. Humanity has a filthy secret. Our ancestors used to have sex with members of other species, right? That's the finding in a new piece of research, which suggests ancient people used to rump with a ghost species, a proto-human. Watch. It's going to get deeper, y'all. It's going to get deeper, right? It says, we are just one of a number of species known as hominins. Members of this family include Neanderthals and Denisovans, which are no longer found on Earth. It seems that interbreeding between different early hominin species is not the exception. It is the norm, says Umar Gukaman, assistant professor of biological sciences at the University of Buffalo. Gukaman tested the DNA of humans living in sub-Saharan Africa and found genes which were widely different from versions found in other modern humans. You want to know why? Because there were other species that didn't come from our line. That's why you're finding all them different bones. Because these were two different species, our species mixing with a species that didn't belong to our line. Let's even go deep. Go into the next slide. Go to the next slide. We're about to get it. Let's get it. So let me go. Yep, right there, right there. So we in Forbidden Archaeology by Michael Creamer, who challenged the academia norm when it comes to dating humanity, right? So we have here him saying Ramapithecus first came to the attention of scientists in the 1930s. This creature initially, because you got to hear this creature initially regarded as a fossil ape was named after Rama, an incarnation of God described in the Vedas. Did I not tell y'all? Did I not tell y'all that they got the story, or they named this hybrid primate / human ape bones after Rama, the Hindu god that supposedly created Hanuman, the ape god man? Did I not hilltop show that? Did I not thus far align the archaic records with the scientific data, right? Nobody else is doing this but me. The archaic records with the scientific data, let's continue on, was named after Rama, an incarnation of God described in the Vedas. In 1964, Ramapithecus achieved worldwide fame when Edwin Simmons and David Pilbeam reconstructed the upper jaw from the two fragments. giving it a characteristically human parabolic shape. Simmons and Pembrin pronounced Ramapithecus to be a hominin, an erect bipedal primate. In 1964, Edwin Simmons wrote in Anthropology, Ramapithecus Jabius is almost certainly man's forerunner of 15 million years ago. Oh, man. I ain't saying that's what these scientists, that's what they say. I'm just giving y'all the information, right? Watch. This determination increases tenfold the approximate time period during which human origins can now be traced with some confidence. This was a bit of an overstatement because between Australopithecus and Ramapithecus, there was and still is a gap of several million years in the hominin fossils records. In any case, Ramapithecus quickly received acclaim in textbooks and journal articles as the earliest human ancestor. As Richard Linke and Roger Lewin wrote in 1977, Ramapithecus, as far as one can say at the moment, is the first representative of the human family, the hominids, 1984. So that ain't what I said. That's what they said. Looks like the data, the paleontological, archaeological data is lining up with what I'm saying. Go to the next slide. Now I'm at the book, Human Evolution, a Vedic alternative or alternative to Darwin's theory. That's the next slide. And what do I say? Well, not what I say, what the book actually said. What the book actually says. It says, my first book, Forbidden Archaeology, co-authored with the late, because he passed away, Richard L. Thompson, documents archaeological evidence for extreme human antiquity, consistent with the Puranas, the historical writings of ancient India. This evidence places a human presence so far back in time as to call into question the Darwinian account of human origins. I'm stinging them. I'm killing them. I'm showing where through hybridization, us mixing, go to the next slide, because what we got here, bone mystery. The ancient humans have sex with other species, the Neanderthalians. I'm giving y'all the facts. I ain't making it up. You can go, you can look this stuff up. And it says that the knowledge, and it says, let me blow it up. The knowledge of our human origins have taken a huge leap forward after anthropologists decoded the DNA of a bone as old as 400,000 years ago. And don't that 400,000 years ago align with the date that we see when these white adaptive lodges in Grabati, known as Kemet, started, which became known as the first divine dynasty? Ooh. Go to the next slide. We got the book here, Unveiling Genesis, right? Mystery of the Root, Races, and Cycles by Philip Lindsay. And you can pass from his book. I just wanted to show you, and you're going to see two women. So slide. And in that book, he breaks it down when I'm saying that apes, gorillas, all of them are a devolution of man. That's what he said out of his own mouth. I didn't say it. He said it. So go to the next slide. Go down. You're going to see two women. Keep going. Keep going. Because I'm going to skip over that, because when I come back to my second part, then I'm going to go to the certain things I'm in right there. And what you see right there. India and Bangladesh are the known places where you can see to this day hybrids. And you see it right here. Do you not? This ain't something I'm making up. You see it. And we have, go to the next slide. You're going to see Prince Dr. Shalia. Two black men. Keep going. And he says history must backtrack in giant steps to come to the spiritual reconciliation or acknowledgement of truth, which is salvation. The late Prince Dr. Shalia Be Yahuda, and that's true. We have to define history. Go to the next slide. We see Atlantis at its prime. This is roughly 1 million years ago. Now, one might say, man, you can't prove that by the Hebrew. Remember that date, 1 million years ago. And don't it say it up there? Y'all can see it. It says the world about 1 million years ago, during many previous ages and up to the floods of about 800,000 years ago, Atlantis at its prime. Remember 1 million years ago. I need y'all to remember that. Next slide. I need y'all to remember that. And what you see right there. You see the remorse. Do you not? Atlantide and all that. You see the Ramones being mentioned right there on top. Go to the next slide. Right, there go Atlantis again at its prime. 1 million years ago. And don't y'all see Africa forming more and more? Now here we go to the meat, y'all. Next slide. So you see that first flood, 800,000 BCE. Don't you see Africa forming even more? Now you're starting to see it more and more. Right? Next slide. There you see that third map, 200,000 BCE. You see Atlantis split into two, Ruta and Datia. Next slide. You see Datia is destroyed. It's known as Post-Adonis, 80,000 BCE to 9,564 BCE, which left Ruta. Okay? Next slide. So here we go. Remember I told y'all to remember 1 million years ago. Did I not? Did I not, Hilltop, say, remember 1 million years ago? So here go tools of Charmand Nadu. Right? 1 million years ago. Early Pessinine presence of hominids in South India. Come on. This is 1 million BCE. This is science today. And on the side of it, it gives you my primary source. Remember, I showed y'all the map of Atlantis or Charmand Nadu at its prime 1 million BCE. And now I'm giving you the archaeological evidence proving that hominins did exist 1 million years ago. This is light work. Go to the next slide. This is light work. So we now be talking about Charmand Nadu, going roughly between 385,000 BCE to 172,000 BCE. And we had the Ataram Mekong. And they found the tools in these areas in the Indos Valley going back 385,000, 350,000 years ago. Let's go to the next slide. See what I'm doing? I'm showing the archaic records. So, and for y'all that think, you know, Egypt is old, well, scientists from the IIT, Karam Park, and Archaeological Survey in India have uncovered evidence that the Indus Valley civilization is at least 800,000 years, 8,000 years old, and not 5,500 years old, taking root well before the Egyptian and Mesopotamian civilization. That's what they said. That's what the new data is saying. That's in the Indus Valley civilization is older than what we were taught. Your story. Go to the next slide. See, it was this man right here that you see, Max Mueller. He's the one that created the Aryan invasion myth in 1856. He came up with that. Max Mueller is the propagator of the Aryan invasion theory. And he wrote to his wife that it took only 200 years for them to crystallize or Christianize the whole of Africa. But even after 400 years, India eludes us. I have come to realize that it is Sanskrit, which has enabled India to do so. And to break it after I have decided to learn Sanskrit. The soul of India lies in Sanskrit. See, they knew. Go to the next slide. See, these conquerors understood, they knew. And Max Mueller was a paid employee who translated the Rig Veda in a demeaning style. And you can get that in the Histories of His Life, Volume 1. So now let's get to the facts. Next slide. I'm telling you that the Aryan invasion theory is a total misconception. And we can go into the Yogi Gurunath Sabhamnath. He breaks this down in Babaji, the lightning standing still. So let's go into the source. See, we got to go into the sources of Eastern scholars. We can't just go by what the West said. And what he said, he says that the Aryan invasion is a misconception and a concocted story to divide India and strip of its own knowledge and culture, giving the credit to India's wisdom, the foreigners. Where are the burnt fortresses, the weapons and relics of mingled armor? Where are the smashed chariots and bodies and invaders and defenders? Despite extensive excavation at the Haraparian sites, there is not a single bit of evidence that can give us unconditional proof of any ancient foreign invasion. Any skeletal or artifact proofs that were and are being found are of totally indigenous Aryan Dravidian origin. It should be noted that no hard evidence has proven the Aryan invasion theory to be a fact. The recent emergence of new evidence over the last couple of decades have or has debunked the validity of the Aryan invasion theory. The origin of this theory is nowhere to be found in Indian historical records of the Vedas, Puranas, and the Indos, but it is only mentioned in the 19th and 20th century politics in German nationalist propaganda. Next slide, come on. I'm putting these guys in the coffin. That's exactly what I'm doing. Look, next slide. In the year 1853, Max Muller was commissioned by the British to write about the Aryan invasion in order to promote their divide and rule policy. He created a rift by creating his Aryan race theory as opposed to the Davidian race. When challenged in the year 1888 by eminent scholars, he saw his reputation was at stake and backpedaled from the word race, explaining that it meant to include only those who speak the Aryan language. The original Sanskrit meaning of the word Aryan is the noble one who is righteous, and it was commonly used in addressing a gentleman as Aryan Putra. It has nothing to do with race, caste, or color. It simply connotes a noble inhabitant of Aryan Vatra, the land of India. So admitted that his theory of the Aryan invasion was concocted and there was no Aryan invasion and subjugation of Dravidian people. So he admitted to that. Max Muller admitted that he made it up. Next slide. He made it up. So we have here In Search of the Cradle of Civilization, written by George Ferguson and Shahbaz Khan and David Farley. So I wrote, you go to the next slide. I wrote, an essay on this book, and this is what I said in my essay. Contrary to the school book notion, the real cradle of civilization was not Kemet, also known as Egypt, Hawash, Kush, also known as Ethiopia, nor Sumer, but the greater Indos Valley. The book above is a must-read Israel, which completely revisits ancient history and cites the latest archaeological, geological, and linguistic evidence showing that the original Edenian Shemitic Indos Valley had a high evolved Tamar Nadu, or Numerian and Atala, Atlantean, Hebrew or Hebraic culture that has influenced the world decisively and still has much to teach us today. Right? I say this book goes into an ancient Edenian Shemitic text called the Rig Veda. And now scholars are saying that this text is much older than assumed, and that this book, In Search of the Cradle of Civilization, holds the profound spiritual wisdom hidden in its symbols, metaphors, and myths. The three authors of this book also unravel the astonishing mathematical and astronomical code hidden in the Edenian, Numerian, Atlantean, Hebraic, Indos Valley Vedic hymns. So what we're seeing is a group of neo-scholars that's challenging the social norm. And as you read my thesis, I'll break down so much stuff. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stop there and take on any questions and answers with anybody heard. And also I'm going to stop and come back with part 2. And I know exactly where I'm at. I'm at In Search of the Cradle of Civilization. So if there's any questions and answers, or what I just brought forth through this demonstration so far, or any questions and answers from the panel or those in the audience, please feel free. Hallelujah.
Great presentation, man. Great breakdown. Learning a whole lot. Yeah, you had a couple questions in here. I didn't get a chance to start all of them. Hey, all the questions that y'all have, y'all might have posted before. Please repost them right now. Let me get to one of them I seen earlier. It came from 1968. He want to know, question: what comes before the beginning? The beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Book of Genesis, written by Moses again. What comes before the beginning? 1968. I mean, I don't know if you could understand that question.
I don't know 1968, but I understand what you say. What comes before in the beginning? In the beginning, God created the heavens and earth. Book of Genesis, written by Moses. What comes before in the beginning? Well, it doesn't say in the Hebrew in the beginning. That has to, better sheet don't mean that. It's in beginnings, head, or the first in rank. So when you're talking about it's in beginning, or in a beginning. It should be properly translated in beginnings. And begins, because we talking about continuous cycles and seasons. See, if it was the beginning, there would be a definite article. And the definite article in the Ivrit is hey, but the definite article itself is not there. Okay. So we want to make that crystal clear. As y'all can see, it's daytime over here now. It's daytime. So yes,
Yeah, man, we on 3 different times.
It's 7:16 a.m. in the morning. I'm enjoying this stuff. So like I said, there's no such thing as the beginning. It's just continuous cycles and seasons. So there were infinite beginnings. So it's just a continuous cycle and season, But I'm trying to understand the 1968. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
That's the name of their channel. So I guess they put their signature on the end of it. That's the name of their channel, 1968. All right, so
okay.
Another question came from Nate Stone. He wants to know, can a non-Israelite be saved if they keep the covenant commandments, or they keep the commandments of Moses, the Torah, because they are Gentile? He said, I am a Gentile, and they want to be saved. What kind of salvation? Can they get saved? Can a non-Israelite, can a Gentile get saved? Or can a non, because some people believe Gentiles are different from a regular foreigner, or a regular heathen, or a regular, outside the nation of Israel. But he wants to know, can a non-Israelite be saved? And if they can be saved, what kind of salvation will they get?
Well, I don't want to sound religious, so I'm putting it in a political sense. Yes, he can become what is known as a citizen in the nation of Israel by the way of naturalization, when we are first self-governed as Israelites and establish ourselves as a nation. True indeed. But right now, no, we don't have the authority of naturalization until we fully become sovereign. It's just like if, let's say, if you Taiwanese and you want to be a U.S. citizen, there's channels you got to go through to be a U.S. citizen. You can't just cling to Americans and say, I'm an American. No, there's a process to become an American. You may not be native born American, but you become a citizen through naturalization. It's the same with the nation of Israel. You may not be of the natural branches of Israel, but you become a citizen by the way of naturalization, and that by the way of agreeing to upholding the law, statutes, and commandments of the Creator. Hallelujah.
Okay. Next question will be, who is Lucifer, Satan, the proclaimer, the devil? Yeah, I guess I want to ask, is Lucifer, because we had a show one time, is Lucifer, Satan, and the devil the same person or different deities?
Hey, Hilltop, hold on, before you answer that, Prince, some of those questions are being posed to other chat members. They were having a separate conversation, so you got to be careful with some of those questions.
Okay. Well,
I answer that. They're different. Now, when you look at Lucifer, right? There's no devil.
Okay, so this guy keeps talking about Ethiopia. And I explained to him that, in Ethiopia, are you there? Buddy Hebrew?
Yes, I'm here, but I'm on the road.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. So, yeah, after that, Ethiopia, go to Israel, study the knowledge of Solomon. So they committed in the 12 tribes, also then first Orthodox Christians in Africa. Well, I will let Mighty Hebrew answer that, because I'm not a Christian. I'm a priest of Ifa, and I don't want to go into the Christian and Judaism thing. I'm not trying to even give the wrong information out. But I'm sure that Mighty Hebrew has an answer for that.
I'm almost at my destination. When I get there, I answer the question.
Yeah, because he definitely keeps attention. I want attention, so he's saying. All right, so listen, just
you
chill.
Heard me. I'm almost at my destination.
Yeah,
Once I get to my destination, I am.
So breakdance, listen. why don't you just come up and hit the panel? Or you can't speak English, you know? All right. No, he can't speak English, so he's using a translator, and he keeps saying the same shit over and over again. And it's like, and he wants to make it about Ethiopian Christianity because he's a Christian. So we're not even having a discussion about Christianity. We were talking about archaeology and the origins of man, from the original man all the way down to the Homo erectus and all this stuff. And we're not even talking about Christian, but he keeps talking about, because he wants to make it about Christianity. Like, you know, forget archaeology. Like, archaeology doesn't exist. You know, that we don't have bones and stuff that like go back to time. The only book is the Christian Bible and the belief in Jesus Christ. He's a very heartfelt, Bible thumping Christian, and he is wanting to promote the Orthodox Christian Church in Africa, even though he has a picture of Jesus that looks like a Caucasian, which is the actual image that I think Michelangelo drew of his cousin or something like that. So, you know, it's like, but he wants to keep coming over here and pushing this bullshit. And it's like, sir, but I don't like, listen, I'll let Mighty Hebrew get into that because I really don't have the energy to go back and forth. But you want so much attention that you just keep texting these long ass things. You know what I'm saying? These long messages, you know. Ethiopia, what about Ethiopia? You know what I'm saying? He's over here like this, just typing. Just typing shit, you know? Wanting attention, bro. Just chill. And when he gets to his destination, he will address you. Because you want your answers, you want your questions answered. You think it's about racism and that the Hebrew Israelites is a racist cult. Christianity is a cult. And then the way that they actually been pushing Christianity through the Roman Catholic Church is racist because they erased the actual real color of the people that were involved with all the stories and whitewashed everything and said that everybody was white, even though in that region they were a multitude of different colored people. You know what I'm saying? Different hues of people. But you want to make it into that everything was white because you guys it's like we're taking away something from you. It's hurting, and it's just killing you to like know that there's any other history other than what you've been learning in your European school. So, honey, you got your translator out. And you just keep you got your translator and you're typing away. And I just need you to chill. Okay, he will be here to explain what's going on. Meanwhile, we're going to finish playing the video. So chill out. And when he comes back, Mighty Hebrew, he will answer your question. Okay, thank you.
On the ground, the devil, Lucifer, they distorted the book. Is it in the book of O Lucifer, son of the morning, right? In the book, I think the 14th chapter
Isaiah,
of Isaiah.
14th chapter. 14th chapter. Isaiah.
And the Hebrew word is halal, and it's a metaphor about the rise and fall of the Babylonian king. It don't have nothing to do with how we're conveying it to be from a religious sense. That's talking about the king of Babylon. Satan in Hebrew as Hashatan, which only means an adversary. So say if me and Hilltop, we boxing in a boxing ring, he becomes Hashatan to me because he's my adversary. This is not, if things have to be put in proper context within proper content. So in the Hebrew culture, Shaitan is just an adversary. Now, do I believe it's like this mythological demon in the sky that got kicked out of heaven? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because if you're looking for God and the devil, so to say, then what each individual need to do is wash their face and go look in the mirror. Because these attributes are defined within you. You are God. You are the devil. And I don't mean the Most High Yahweh, but I'm talking about the characteristics of these said personalities. Okay? Doesn't the scripture say, Father, say, yeah, Elohim, and you are the children of the Most High Yahweh. So we're Elohim, embodied in human form. That's who we are. Okay? So, yeah, they are different. but you're not going to die and go to hell, to a burning lake of fire. That's all religious. When you look at the Hebrew word Sheol, it only means grave. We took that through Hellenism and started to add on to what was being conveyed by our ancestors. Remember, the Hebrews are an Eastern people. So we can't have these Western Christian concepts and trying to align them with Israelite thought. Most people that think like that, to me, are Israelites, but wrapped in Christian religiosity. They're
Right.
defining that Israelite, but when you really deal with the Israelite culture, that's foreign to the Israelite culture.
Anymore? The guy, let me see what he said. He said
Hallelujah. Shakanaya got a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Where's the
He asked, does your book supersede the scripture? Is your book more factual than the scriptures?
I'm trying to figure out what he's saying, because we got to understand the Torah before it was even written in the script. It was oral. So our traditions was oral. And when you say the script, I'm going to say to you, yeah, when it pertains to the King James Version, but if you're talking about the real Sinaitic pictorial Hebrew, not at all. The modern texts that we have are not, they're totally mistranslated. When you go into your Strong's Concordances are translating Hebrew words predicated on how the King James Version was translated, not based on the Hebrew itself. Let me give you an example. Isaiah chapter 7, verse 14. We under the impression that that's talking about JC, but it's clearly not if it's understood. It happened in the days of King Ahaz, son of Jotam, right? When he was ruling Rezin, king of Aram or Syria, and Pekah, son of Remaliah, who was a flunky of the northern kingdom of Israel, trying to destroy the southern kingdom of Israel, right? And this is roughly around 723 BCE, when the Assyrians are coming in to conquer. So when you see in verse 14, it says the virgin shall conceive. It don't say that in the Hebrew text. It says for the young woman is with child. The Hebrew word that is being used is alma, which is young woman. For virgin is batulah. What the Strong's Concordance is doing will translate the word alma as young woman and also virgin. But if you go to any Hebrew speaker in the land of Israel, because I live in two locations, I live in Pomona, Israel, and I live in Tanzania, East Africa. So when you go over to Israel, Sephardic Hebrew is being spoken as the official language over there in the state of Israel. And if you identify the word alma as virgin, nobody will know what you're talking about if you're trying to imply that as virgin. They will know that you're saying a young woman, but not a virgin, because we have a whole separate Hebrew word for virgin. So you see how Strongs have mistranslated Hebrew words predicated based on the mistranslations that are outlined in the King James Version. So one has to have an understanding of Hebrew thought before they can even define what is actually written in the scripture. Because on surface level, you'll think that it's literally 7 days. You'll think that it's just literally one man named Adam and one woman named Eve. You will literally believe that. And you will literally believe that there's a talking snake, that Eve learned to eat a literal fruit. You would take all these things literal if you don't have the Hebrew cosmological and anthropological understanding of Hebraic concrete thought. You need master teachers. And this generation has severed themselves from their leaders and their teachers. Why? Because under the counterintelligence program, it told you that this would be long-range effects and to demonize your leaders. When I was coming up in the Hebrew culture, I sat under Hebrew masters, under Hebrew master teachers. To be a true master, you have to sit under another master. You have to sit under another master. You can, to be a samurai, or what do they say? Or what did Shokazuki say in the movie Pray for Death? And he said, only a ninja can stop a ninja, right? To be a master teacher, you have to study under a master. You cannot be on social media just watching videos only and scrolling and then tell us that God gave you a vision. No, there has to be order. There has to be a chain of cause and effect. When you go to the Shaolin Temple, you have the monk and you have the athlete. To be a samurai, you have to study by a samurai. You can't go to one of them, corner Shaolin schools and think you really getting the fullness without getting the walk. So you have to come under master teachers. Because remember earlier I said Hilltop, remember I was using mathematics to understand the Torah and the Tanakh. And I said, when you first learn how to count, you learn from 0 to 9 or 1 to 10, and you start building mathematically. And what happens when these questions come about, because they weren't there in the beginning, meaning first learning how to count in this certain thought, and then going to the university to sit amongst master teachers to elevate your understanding of Hebrew cosmogenesis and Hebrew anthropogenesis, archaic Hebrew symbolism, Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationalism. They weren't there in these studies. So when they come with questions, the questions are preconceived based on what we've been taught by the way of religious learning.
Hey,
yes, sir.
no, I was gonna because you was touching on the point, and I was just looking at some of the other comments, like slash questions. So one of the hangups, as I believe some of them are listening, is this idea about the lake of fire. Can you expound upon the Hebraic idea of the lake of fire, or was that a Hellenistic hijack of Hebraic thought? Can you expound on that?
Yeah, that whole concept of a lake of fire, that's pure Hellenistic. That has nothing to do with us. And I go all back into what you call Hades and hell. And you notice the root word for Hellenism is hell, right? It's hell. And what's crazy about this whole argument is that you see the curses outlined in Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 15 to 68, along with the book of Leviticus, the 26th chapter. And what they want us to believe is that the Most High Yahweh works in a state of double jeopardy. They want us to believe that curses will play upon us. And then after the curses, we're going to die and go to hell too. So not only did we get all these curses in hell and damnation on earth, they want us to believe that we're going to die and go somewhere and burn eternally. Isn't that double jeopardy in the court of law? Is this a just power? But what we do see is that we've been catching nothing but hell amongst the nations of the earth, that we've been in captivity and receiving hell from a devil in a blue dress. And I love the late most honorable Elijah Muhammad, because he put pants on them devils for us to recognize who the enemy is in the midst of our people. And what I'm saying is, brothers and sisters, captivity is hell. Captivity is hell. Freedom is heaven. The heavens and the earth. The heavens is Shamayim, which is the mind. The earth is Iris, which is the manifestations of substance from the mind. Everything started in the mind is going to end in the mind. Period. So you better get your heaven. See, they want you to believe that you kiss this hell on earth, and then when you die, you get the pearly white gate. Why? The nations of the earth build their pearly white gate on earth. We're the only ones, because we wanted to leave from this place, because we was catching all this hell and damnation during slavery time. So we envisioned ourselves going somewhere away from the terrible confinement of Massa, right? So we came with this conundrum of distorted ideas that have nothing to do with our redemption. Remember, we are in captivity because of what? We violated Torah. How do we come out of captivity? We return back to Torah. Hallelujah.
Right. And that's a great point, because even when you read in the scriptures in Isaiah chapter 5, verses 13 through 16, it tells you that captivity is hell. It gives you the whole outline and the context clues and the context as to what hell is. So when you read that in the Old Testament, then you get a better understanding of what hell is. Let me see if there's any more questions for you at this time.
Indeed.
Oh, somebody asked.
Okay.
I mean, okay, they got a lot of New Testament questions there, man. That the man already addressed. You know what I'm saying? The Messiah stuff.
Yeah, that's fine. It can be anything. I'm very versed in every book they can think of. Every book.
Some of the stuff you already answered.
Here go a question from Professor Lovely Lady. If there is no hell, are there any consequences or judgment for how we have lived our life and treated other beings?
Come on, stop it.
That's where the curses come in at. Absolutely. We are in captivity because of how we treated one to another.
You can
If
stop
we
it.
turn from our evil ways, remember the book of Micah, chapter 6 and Ezekiel chapter 18. All we got to do is just turn away from our evil ways, and that's that. And the judgment don't sit no more. We are in judgment because of ourselves. We are in judgment because the way we treat one to another. We are in judgment because we are violating one to another. And in that's how we break the laws of the Most High. So you're not going to die and be judged. You are being judged right now. The loss of identity, the loss of language, the black on black crime, the mass getting shot in the back by the pigs, right? The mass incarceration, the massive alphabet kids on the rise within our community, the broken homes, the fatherless children. All this is judgment, and much, much more that I'm not even mentioning. But for the brevity and sake of time, right, that this is judgment. And the only way to come from out of judgment, we got to change our ways. It's really simple. But I see something else up there. Oh, yeah, that was saying, yeah. So, yeah, you're not going to die and go to heaven and hell. Heaven and hell has always been the lofty minds of the children of Israel.
So when they say, so when that scripture say, and all of Israel shall be saved, that just means that we're, in the next kingdom, we're all going to be pretty much ruling. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the next kingdom is nothing but reincarnation, because when you see that, when you see it in the book of Jeremiah chapter 18, and what do we see? We see the parable of the potter's field, the potter in the potter's field, and how the potter was molding the clay, in this pot, and then the clay became marred, right? And then he used the same clay to reshape it correctly. And then Yahweh tell,
you know what? This is sounding more and more like Ephah the more you explain it. Wow, that's crazy.
Yirmiyahu, just as the potter, I can do this to the nation of Israel. We've always existed, but in different forms or different bodies. Even if one wants to jump in the New Testament, for the New Testament believer, they ran up to John saying, "Are you the Messiah? Are you that prophet?" Said that to the Yeshua too. Are you Elijah? Why would they ask him if he was Elijah? You didn't see Yeshua nor Yochanan, known as John the Baptist, rebuke that, because we acknowledge reincarnation. We acknowledge that. So yeah, in the next kingdom, okay, cool. But the kingdom the process of the kingdom is already being established. That's why we're in the land now as the forerunners of this established kingdom. Remember, we destroyed our kingdom with our hands and feet, and our desire to be like the other nations. It's going to be our hands and feet and our desire to return to Yah that's going to build our kingdom.
Man, listen, man. Nate Stone, the Gentile, but he been beating the comments up. It's Acts 35, Acts 10:35. You want to know that then Peter opened his mouth and said, "Oh, a truth I perceive that the Most High God is no respecter of persons, but in every nation he that feareth him and worketh righteousness is accepted with him." He want to come to the barbecue, man. We try. Nate Stone want to come to the barbecue, man. He trying to get up in there.
Now, for the understanding for some messianics, let me give you an understanding of this verse. I mean, that's cool for somebody that want to sing Kumbaya to all nations. That's cool. But many of the One West community, or all of them, they don't agree with that. That's what that means. What they agree with is when it says all nations, meaning that Israelites that will be scattered amongst all these nations, one in a Gentile that's applying to. Me, I'm Torah only. I don't subscribe to the New Testament. So that doesn't even apply to me at all. So that wouldn't even be like, it wouldn't register to me because I'm Torah based. I don't subscribe to the New Testament. I only subscribe to the Tanakh. So having that understanding, the nations of the earth have to get judged. Let's make this clear. The nations of the earth is not going to get away with the things that they did to the children of Israel by using Israel as the umbrella to be saved. What I'm saying is, when a person says saved, it sounds religious to me, how they're saying it. First, it makes more practical sense if we see Israelites have their own sovereign land and government when a person from another nation wants to sojourn amongst us, they will have to go through the naturalization process with our governmental structure. You see how I'm putting things in practical context? Verse, oh man, you could just convert. It sounds religious. Then anybody can you convert to being a U.S. citizen, Hilltop? Can you convert to be an American? Or do you got to go through the proper channels and get a green card and go through all your stuff and being sworn in through naturalization to be American, correct?
Yeah,
but
yeah,
when it comes to our culture, and we know that the Torah is a constitution to control and to govern Israel, the body politic, then it becomes, oh man, we can just convert. No, you're not going to be able to convert into the kingdom. You will become naturalized and become a citizen through naturalization within the Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationalistic governmental structure, also known as the Kingdom of Yahweh.
I mean, isn't also the same thing as initiation? Don't people get initiated? Even in Christianity, they get initiated. So isn't that also the same thing as like going through a process before you are brought into a specific house or whatever?
Hallelujah.
That's how it is in E5.
Okay. They got another question right here because he asked it earlier, he or she. They're like, I realize Yahweh was the son of our God is the son of the Most High who inherited us or even chose us. So Yahweh is our God. So Yahweh, our God, is an angel. The angel of the Lord is the son who is Michael. So they asked earlier, is Yahweh or is the Most High or the Creator an angel? That's what they want to know.
No. Now let me break something down to y'all, because this is a very interesting question. When you understand Hebrew culture, the Creator is expressed through dimensions known as Elohim. So if you're asking, is the Most High expressed through Elohim? Sure. But if the infinite subject, Yahweh, an angel, no. First of all, we got to first define what an angel is. That's what we first got to do. Now, in Hebrew culture, the word for so-called angel is Malek, which only means a messenger. Because Hilltop right now is a messenger to the people, because isn't he not bringing y'all a message right now on his podcast? The word angel is a Greco-Latin word that goes back to anglos, which means messenger. Well, in that retrospect, we're messengers of Yah. Nothing spooky, nothing mysterious. You know, I gotta get people back into the practical mind state that they got to deal with things face off. Now, are there other forces within the ethers? Sure it is. I'm not in denial of that. Sure it is. But that's more spiritual, not religious, because there's a difference from spirituality versus religion. Because within the Hebrew Israelite heritage and culture, spirituality is capsulated within it. There is no separation. For 6 days you shall work. Work and worship is synonymous in Hebrew culture. The root word for worship or work is aved, which means to toll for, the slave for. So what you eat is worshiping the Creator. What you're talking about is worshiping the Creator. The way you sleep, the way you deal with life on a daily basis. We've been taught in the religious sense that the Sabbath or the Shabbat day is a day of worship. No, it's not. The Shabbat is a day of ceasing. The Hebrew word is lishbot, which means to halt from the continuous action of sheshamin da'avod. See how religion tricked us into believing when you go into a building, you're worshiping, versus when you go into a building, you're paying reverence. Worshiping is your 24-hour, 7-day-a-week continuous action, living as a Hebrew Israelite sovereign national. So I'm here to tell you, you're not going to die and go to hell. There's not a devil with a pitchfork, laugh at red, trying to poke you up, you know, with this fork, and grill. You know what I mean? To put some barbecue sauce on you. You know what I mean? And that the confines of hell. You've been catching all this hell on earth, and you know what? That's also symbolic to post-traumatic slave syndrome, because we don't want to identify where the real hell is at and who the devil really is. Hell is the United States, and the devil is the white man that been giving it to you. And he's going to keep giving it to you until you realize who your true enemy is. Your first enemy is self, and then your outward enemy is that hybrid that you're a Gentile. And I know y'all don't want to admit it, but Come on, this is the same man that took your ancestors, the women, and tied them up upside down and cut the babies from out the stomach and stomped the baby to the ground. This is the same man that legalized an abortion of a child that's born, and they put something inside the child's brain and kill. Come on, y'all don't recognize that y'all in hell right now? Where you think you at? What you thought? You thought you was gonna die. Remember, you already died. You didn't know you died. When you lost consciousness of self as an Israelite, you became the walking dead. You thought you was alive. In the resurrection, it is 3 parts that Ben Ami established, known as Takia. 1, a dreadful awakening, being made aware of the state of the world in decay. 2, now you're being brave, you're establishing yourself from unseen to seen. And 3, a quickening of the Yali mind. See, there was 3 stages of death and 3 stages of resurrection. You thought that you was, because you was breathing and walking and talking, you was alive. No, you have been walking amongst the dead for over 2,500 years. You ain't know that? You thought that because you can go eat a Big Mac or eat a bowl of Wheaties, you were alive. Remember, Adam was walking and talking, but he didn't have the Yah sense. He was dealing with instinctive will into the breath. Consciousness of y'all was blown into him, figuratively, through growth and development. So you got people walking and talking right next to you, down Yahuda, right on the bus, dead in the doorknob. And the people don't know who they are, they're dead. Period. They're not a part of the land of the living. That's why when Malcolm X went to the UN, talking about 20 million Negroes was suffering at the hands of the enemy. And in 1993, when Farrakhan went to the UN, asking for reparations and, justice for African Americans, the UN never heard of them because they're defined under the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment as property. And when you define them property, you talking about mind, soul, and body, 3/5 of a man, but they don't have no constitution, nor a nationality, which will cause them to be a 5/5 component, a 5/5 man. So when they took your nationality and your constitution away, you became a dead man walking, thinking you alive. A dead man walking, deaf, dumb, and blind. A dead man walking, thinking that you're shining, but reality, a dead man that's dying or has died. So that's the answer to that.
Okay, the last question from the chat right here gonna be from the good brother Cosmogenesis TV from over there from the Waspy family, the Waspy Bible gang. He wants to know, so is hell spiritual or is it physical? Because if the curse only works physically, that would show a lack of confidence in the God if the curse or hell only exists in the physical world.
That's a good question from Cosmic Cow. Shout out to my man Sila Shalom. I know him personally. You know what I mean? I know him, my man Malachi Maccabee personally from out St. Louis. When we understand the curse, we understand the cause and effect of things. Everything in essence is spiritual. It's just vibrating on different frequencies. When you talk about material matter, it's just condensed slower because the vibration is slower. And when we really start talking technically spiritual, it's a Greek term, but for the listening audience, yes, there is a spiritual. The spirit is the mind that permeates the physical. Everything that we see outlined in Deuteronomy chapter 28 is based on a self-condition. You remember getting advice from your father and mother, boy, don't go around that corner. Boy, you make your bed, lay in it hard. Boy, what goes around comes around, because our ancestors knew by the way of experience. Remember when Whitney Houston said, I believe the children are the future? That's wrong. In Hebrew thought, the parents are the future of the children. See how they reversed everything? The point that I'm saying to the family is your physical conditioning is predicated on your spiritual reality. If you eat a certain way and you think a certain way, then a manifestation will take place. Like, for instance, you'll see people that are vegans, but they still be dying at young ages. Because for veganism to be in full effect physically, spiritually, they have to align themselves with an ecological condition that's suitable for that dietary consciousness. Like, for instance, where we at right now in Dimona, Israel, you will see there's a culture behind the activity of veganism. Like, we don't just eat watermelon any time of the year. We only eat watermelon in accordance to the season they grow. We don't eat pineapple in accordance to the Western world when we just feel like it. We eat according to the season that these things grow in. So to say all these things is to say that we must align ourselves with a community that's embodying themselves in the instruction. One of the problems in the Israelite community is that they're trying to align themselves in the Torah based on how it was understood 3,500 years ago. No, you must abstract the principle and build Yah on earth through the mind. Again, you're not going to die and go to heaven and hell. In essence, you are Yah embodied in human form. But everybody is not on that playing field. Some people are on the playing field where they have to objectively look for anthropomorphical understandings to elevate their spiritual consciousness. Whereas though you might have people like myself that understand in essence we are God. And I'm only using that word loosely, God. But we are that which wills to exist. So again, you're not going to die. The ancient Hebrews didn't believe in these concepts of heaven and hell. When most people talk about the Hebrew Israelites, they talk about them based on a Western understanding. They never said amongst Eastern scholars to see how we define the Hebrew culture, the Hebrew paradigm. Most Hebrews truly look at a lot of the scripture literally, and they run with that. They literally believe that the heavens and earth were created in 7 days. But it doesn't say that in the Hebrew. When one understands it from the Sinaitic pictorial Hebrew that it was originally written in. And each symbol is defining a story, which all derives back to Zinzar. So yeah, heaven and hell are definitely physical and spiritual conditions right here on this earth. But when it comes to, I'm going to die and go to this judgment, and sit amongst the clouds and determine to see if I'm going to even go to this mythological, and I don't even want to use the word mythological because it don't even mean what people saying, but this imaginary heaven and hell, that don't exist in Hebrew culture. It never has. When we trace the origin of these things, we clearly see, like for instance, the word Shamayim, that they're translating as heavens in the Hebrew, it means that which is waters. That's what Shamayim actually means. It don't mean like this lofty place in the clouds that you go to when you die. These are things that were picked up in our travels and migrations, learning from other nations. They believed in the concepts of heaven and hell. We didn't believe in them concepts. We only acknowledged heaven and hell was a lofty state of existence right here on earth.
Okay. Don Yehuda, man, you got any other? Don, you got any comments or questions, Don Yehuda? On your Talk Radio podcast?
No, not at this time. I mean, Prince Landine kind of touched on a lot of topics. I'm just looking forward to part 2. I did have some things that I wanted to throw out there that he could have expounded on today's presentation, but I'm gonna save that for when we follow up on the next one.
Okay, absolutely. Okay. And it was definitely an honor to be here. If anybody want to donate, you can at $ Uriah Victorious. Y'all know we got here the Ancient Bantu Hebrew Israelite Awareness Center. We got the farmhouse. Also, if anybody want to come visit our mission that we got going on in Tanzania, East Africa, please inbox me. I'll make sure that Don Yahuda and get the information on my Facebook page, or you can email me at mightyhebrew4 at gmail.com. If anybody want to come visit, so they can see the work, and the work is a continuous process. And I've been here for 3 years thus far, and I got a lot of work done, and I'm very proud of the accomplishment and the progress within 3 years that'll take people probably 20 years to do. And I just want to give a shout out to the Tanzanian government, who has been a tremendous impact on helping Hebrew Israelites through, what I have established. Many immigration, when repatriators come, they send them to me so I can help them to understand, the Tanzanian land surface, the Swahili language. There's over 125 different tribes over here in Tanzania. So it's very imperative to link up with foundational Black Americans that are over here in alliance and fulfilling the prognostications that we would return back to the land from the Great River Egypt to the Euphrates. I want to give a shout out to my mentors, the Kingdom of Yah, that's stationed in Dimona, Israel, Northeast Africa.
Hallelujah.
My mentors, the late Ben Ahmed, the late Prince Asiel, to all those that, you know, was a part of my growth and development as a Hebrew Israelite Sovereign National, gave me the power force to develop Hebrew Cosmogenesis, Hebrew Anthropogenesis, archaic Hebrew symbolism, and the list goes on. And I also want to thank everybody that supported my first book, My True History of the Diaspora and Our Freedom. This spring, my newest book will be out, 311 trillion, 40 billion BCE and now. Also, my albums, y'all can pick them up anywhere. My first album, My Mental Was Never Destroyed, that came out in 2021. 2023, we have Journey to the Dark Side of the Moon. 2024, War Cloud. In 2025, I'm working on my album now, which is known as Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. Shout out to Killer Priest. I'm working on a solo. We started now to work on a solo project known as To Get the Mind. Mind is an acronym that means mental is never destroyed. So look out for that. That's strictly me and Killer Priest. So it's going to be fire. 2025 about to be fire. You know what I'm saying?
Live,
So
it's going live. It's going live. Man, I appreciate you, brother. Mighty Hebrew man. I've been meaning to get you on here for a long time, and the brother's coming back for a part 2 of this. He also going to be back. Y'all also check this out in 3 more weeks from now, 21 more days. I had to push this back because I wanted to get this brother presentation started for part 10 of controversial and deep conversations with Hebrew Israelites of different teachings and different doctrines. Part 10 of that will be coming up in a couple of weeks. I'm going to have, actually 3 weeks from now, I'm going to have the WASP representative, maybe Cosmic Cal, or brother, Darryl Cosman, or somebody, or Shalom Shalom, Malachi Maccabee, maybe somebody from, New Testament, Old Testament. You know what I'm saying? We get different teachings and stuff. And here's the topics that we're going to be discussing.
I think that's pretty much the end of that first one. We're gonna have to come back and do part 2. But
Hallelujah. I'm here, Genesis.
oh, okay. I definitely want to say, please please support this channel. It's called the Scorned Black Man Podcast. Please support their podcast, and they have been so gracious to let us replay this content on our channel. And shouts out for them and being so grateful for this. Because a lot of people probably missed it, and I'm glad to be the one that bring this back to life and what you've done and what you were talking about. Because a lot of times when you do stuff, it gets kind of buried underneath all the other nonsense that's going on. But I think you made some great points, and I look forward to part 2. But let's talk about part 1 now. You got a lot of people in the audience. Some people that's down for it. You got some people saying the only way is Jesus Christ. You know what I'm saying? So let's have a discussion now at this point. And if anyone wants to come up, the link is in the chat. If you have a question, or if you just want to stay in the chat and ask questions, I would like to kind of it's I'm at 4 hours now, so I want to kind of I'm getting kind of tired. You know what I'm saying? I've had a very long day. My daughter had a little play and everything, and then I did some, I worked and everything, so I'm kind of tired. But I wish I could just hand you over the live and let you keep it going. I'm gonna have to help you log in.
Yeah, I see a lot of people.
Yeah. So go ahead and y'all go ahead and talk and stuff like that. I'm going to.
Shalom, I'm here. If y'all can hear me.
Yeah, you guys go ahead and have you guys' discussion. I'm going to kind of
Also, DJ Genesis, put up the Cash App. Yep. If anybody want to donate, I'm trying to get a toilet for the guest house because it cracked. So far, it was a 200 mark. I'm at 175 now. So anybody that want to donate, please donate. An original man, 73. You'll see the name Robert Long. A lot of information that was given tonight was powerful. Well, it's the morning time for me. So sometimes I'm in and out because I have other things I have to do. But part 2, oh man, wait until y'all hear part 2. That was part 1. So part 2 will be coming shortly soon.
Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you subscribe so you get the notifications so that you can see, so you can get notified when we do part 2, which is coming up Probably we might even be able to do it tomorrow. I don't think I have anything else going on, so we might be able to do it tomorrow night. But I think it's Sabbath. Is it Sabbath tomorrow for you guys? Is Friday Sabbath or Saturday? Does the Sabbath start on Friday?
Yeah. Friday night to Saturday night. Yes.
Okay, so we probably
But
gotta
isn't
wait.
it like what's the day? What's the day? Thursday or Wednesday?
It's Thursday, so tomorrow night will be Friday night.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be in violation, of the Shabbat because we're bringing glory to the magnificent one Yahweh. So it's not like we conducting business or anything. So I can do it tomorrow.
Okay. Well, go ahead and you guys talk and everything, and just let me know when, because I'm tired. I'm about to start getting ready to turn it in, but let me know. But I'll still be listening.
Did you enjoy it, DJ Genesis?
Most definitely. Yep. I learned a lot.
Right.
And I do see a lot of similarities when it's told in that way. I don't see that far of a thing from Ifa. I'm like, it sounds kind of similar. When you tell it that way, okay, now it's like, okay, there's a lot of similarities. But I think that for some reason, everybody wants to fight with each other. It's like, well, no, we don't have to fight with each other. There's a lot of things that we believe in common, if we open up our minds and see past just the, I don't know.
You can create snippets of this also, can't you? And put out different cuts and clips, and then that lead back to the original video.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's so much information that the Mighty Hebrew brought out. I mean, it's so much knowledge, man. It's got to be create snippets of it so that because people can't swallow it all at 4 hours, So, yeah, it's just a lot of information. So, Mighty Hebrew, you there?
Yep, I'm here. Absolutely. I'm here. Can you hear me? Yahuda. He fell off. He must have fell off.
Okay, so
I don't know, but it was definitely an honor and a privilege.
Do you want to answer some questions?
I wanted to see I want to answer a few questions, and I know Ben Yahuda has some things he had to say real quick. But there was something that you wanted me to answer, this Christian guy. What is the question that he was asking?
I got rid of that because he was just being I don't know. So I don't even know what he was at. It was something about the Ethiopian. It was about the Ethiopian church, that Ethiopian Orthodox Church existed prior to all this stuff that we're talking about. Type of thing. So he was actually
that's not true. That's not true. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church came around the 3rd century ACE. You know what I'm saying? And the original followers of Moreh Yeshua Bar Yosef was from out of a Essene group known as the Nazarenes. And these were Hebrews that acknowledged that Moreh Yeshua Bar Yosef was the anointed, and as time developed after the death of Moreh Yeshua Bar Yosef, and those that were practitioners of his philosophical and theological views, right? They developed more into the European persuasions of Catholicism during the time of, heavyweight Constantinople era, and after the time of Constantine having a vision that Christ spoke to him in the form of a cross. And then that's when Christianity started to spread. But the original followers of Moreh Yeshua Bar Yosef, had nothing to do with Ethiopian Orthodox Christianity. nor Egyptian Coptic Christianity, nor any other form of Christianity. They were later developments that came from out of the Nazarene movement. And that just has to be, given straight with no chaser. But over here, we're Torah only. So we don't subscribe to the New Testament at all. But for the historical purpose of answering that question, no. The very first movement, so to say, that came out of the first century ACE, because there were many, during the time of Yeshua, or more Yeshua Bar Yosef, and even after his death, there were many people that said that they were the savior. But this concept of anointed being prophesied in the Old Testament, like the specific anointed, that's Judaism. All the kings of Israel, all the Malakim, all the prophets of Israel, the Nabim, all of the Kohanim, the priests, they were all Moshiach or Mushikim. They were all anointed ones. So this concept of this one man that will be the anointed, that's not Hebraic, that's Judaic. That's two different things. All the kings of Israel were anointed. They were all Moshiach. So in that retrospect, David was Christ. Solomon was Christ. Zedekiah was Christ. King Hezekiah was Christ. Moses was Christ. You see what I'm doing? Aaron was Christ. See, we got to get you out of this Christ mentality. But the Hebraic word will be Moshiach. The word Moshiach and the word Moshiach is two different words, Hebrew words. Moshiach means savior. That's where the word Messiah comes from. And Moshiach means anointed. So all the kings of Israel were anointed. The spooky concept of a miraculous virgin birth, walking and talking to 33, dying and resurrected Savior has nothing to do with the true understanding of what a Moshiach is. But I'll pass it on to you, General Yahuda.
Yeah, man. I don't know if my mic is working right or good. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you perfect.
All right. Man, I'm telling you, 4 hours of just straight knowledge, man, understanding and truth, brother. And I think that people, man, they're waking up, like you said, to Hebrew sovereign nationalism. And the Yah only community now is just starting to get, people are starting to listen and get an understanding of the difference from the New Testament to the Old Testament, quote unquote, that they say, which is our Hebrew scripture. And in that understanding, in that leadership of just understanding the separation is where the knowledge begins. Once you drop the New Testament and once you come into good leadership, righteous teachers like the mighty Hebrew, and you could see the knowledge and the breadth of knowledge and understanding that you bring in, man, is just, we got to give credit where credit is due. High IQ brothers, man, that done put in the work, studying for years, dedicated your life to this, and then you just get some hillbillies and people off the street just coming up trying to jump in on the covenant and on the bloodline, the heritage, the culture, everything that we are, that as Hebrews, not the Black American experience, which is part of that, but the knowledge of the Torah that we bring to the table of Yah only, without that New Testament goggles on. That's the knowledge. But I want to talk about the three things that me and you had talked about before. We as Black Americans or Hebrews, Israelites, coming out of these curses, 2026, we dealt with our physical oppression in the past. We've overcome, so at this point, a physical oppression where they had yokes around our neck. iron yokes, chains, kept us at the bottom of ships, whips, and segregation through with the land, and put dogs on us and alligators. That's physical oppression. Then we have mental oppression as a people. We dealing with mental oppression. That's with religions. That's with false salvation in exchange of your land, of your mental truths, of your mental what you see and hear and understand is what's righteous, is what's good for you. You give all that up. So you mentally become oppressed under this religious nationalist listic mentality of this New Testament or Christology or Christendom that they teach you when you're 5 years old, get you baptized and get you already indoctrinated into the lie. So you got to overcome the physical oppression which we have as a people, still fighting a little, the mental oppression that we're overcoming as a people, and the third is the financial oppression. So then, now that they take your land, they take your value, they take your children, they take your time, they take your energy. So that's your financial blessing. So we've lost all these things. In these three ways, we are getting back. And how are we getting it back? We're getting it back by coming back to the Most High, humbling ourselves to his laws, statutes, ordinances, and having righteous leaders to help decipher and understand the breakdown of these Torah laws, statutes, and ordinances that the Most High gave us to do to make us righteous. So that's why we're Yah only Hebrews. We're coming and doing that. We have the HebrewEmpire.com. The HebrewEmpire.com is what we're going to be presenting a lot of this information that the Mighty Hebrew is breaking down. We need to start to get organized. We're leading the Hebrew community like back to the Most High. Yeah, only. That's Old Testament only. No New Testament. You know, the foundation is the original Hebrew scrolls. Our original Hebrew scrolls is our foundation. You have to have a foundation that's the glue of a community that we all can come together and be a part of. That's our financial blessing, is the Torah. First 5 books: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, if you don't know. That's where the Most High speaks to his nation. That's where he introduces himself and gives all of the Torah laws that we may do and teach to our children forever, that they failed to keep, and we lost everything when the Most High turned his face from us. So coming back under leadership, like we have Damona, Israel, we have a people that are tangibly benefiting from practicing righteousness, not having faith, not wishing on somebody to come back in the clouds to save you and do all these type of things that haven't happened, but actually applying what you know is a righteous law of the Most High that he gave us. Once we do that, then all these things, our blessings, will come back to us. That's Deuteronomy 28. Before you is the blessings and the curses. Choose the blessings that you may have life. We choose the blessings of Yah to have life. That's what the Mighty Hebrew was breaking down to us, is why and how we know we are the people, and why we're in this cursed situation, and why we're having all these conversations. Yet people continue to try to ask questions to lead you astray. That's the lions that David speak about. That's constantly at your hands and feet. They're going to constantly be there to kill and destroy you when you're trying to follow the Most High. They're going to constantly come and try to pull you back, pull you down, to destroy you. But once you have the rightful knowledge of the Torah, you have the shield. You have ability to bring that Torah and show them why you disagree. Why you have something to stand on. That's the Torah law. It gives. Without the Torah law, you won't know what's wrong and what's right. You'll follow any religion of men. You're a heathen. You're a Gentile without the Torah law, without your bloodline, without your leadership and teachers, without a nation, without your land, without your community, without your heritage and ancestry. You lost. You don't know which way to go, forward or backwards. You'll follow the heathen nations. You'll follow the people. They'll tell you anything, and you'll say, "That sounds good. I go there. I'll try that." We've been doing that as Black Americans for 2,000 years, following Islam, Buddha, doing everything else, Christology. We're gonna have to come back to Yah, come back to the Most High. So when you go to the Hebrew Empire, we're looking for 100 men that want to be Yah only. Yah only. You're going to get more of this teaching. You're going to get more of this breakdown. And then we're going to start to teach financial blessings. Our financial blessings we got to talk about. Every time we start talking about gathering and uniting, you get a whole bunch of people jumping on to try to lead it into another direction other than righteousness, other than cleanliness, right? They want to start talking about something else and how can other nations be a part of this and do that. No, this is Yah only. This is our ancestry. This is our community. This is for us. This is for you. So again, I say HebrewEmpire.com, and we're going to be starting to organize our financials. We've already talked about the physical, overcoming the mental, but now I want to start talking about overcoming in the financial, our financial oppression. All right. And I'm this right now I think was a good point right now, but we're 4 hours in, so we'll have to do it on part 2 to start breaking it down. You got that, Mighty Hebrew?
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. To the
Hallelujah. All
Rabbah
praises.
coming through, man. Like it's definitely an honor and a privilege. This brother right here, he also, donates to the cause. So what I'm doing over here, give a shout out also to Chief Elder Prince Benaiah Ben Yahuda, who came over here and to see the work that I'm doing over here. And he was very impressed. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, if anybody want to donate, please donate. We at the $175 mark. We need a new toilet here on the compound. So that's $ original man 73. The original, the only thing that's capitalized is the O. 73, you will see the name Robert Long. You know what I mean? We have to support our enterprises so we can continue to build. But it was definitely an honor and privilege. You there, DJ Genesis?
Yeah,
DJ Genesis.
I think she's taking a break, right? Doing something for a minute, letting us finish it out.
Oh, okay. So yeah,
Yeah.
we definitely, it was definitely an honor and a privilege. I'm looking at some of the comments. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna expound on a few comments and then close out.
All right.
One of the things that was said was from a big homie. He said, salute to DJ Genesis. The evil were alive during the time of Ha'adam. I mean, based on the Christian interpretation of Ha'adam, sure, in that sense. But when we really understand Ha'adam and its interconnection with the word Adamah, we know that it's really an ecological condition of those being born from the earth's surface. So naturally, the Igbo would have derived from that, you know what I mean? That environmental condition, so to say. What else stands out? I want to give a shout out to Yah's Way. You know what I mean? He said some very powerful, comments. Let me get one of his comments. He also said, I enjoyed this. It was very good and very deep. Everyone, don't forget, what did he say? Don't forget to like the videos. Yeah, everyone, don't forget to like the video. Don't forget to like the video. Exactly. And he was, you know, he was just expounding on things throughout the whole presentation. Give us out the house of painful, be safe out there. It's a crazy world. Absolutely. Thank you for your concern. Yeah, we definitely, you know, have to, you know, be safe out here, but you got to be safe in the US too. You know what I mean? It's everywhere, you know, but we have to stay, you know, on point with the law, statutes, and commandments of Yahweh, and everything will go smooth. But I want to close out now. I want to just thank everybody for tuning in. One brother come in and say, you know, Jesus Christ is God. We get to that. What's that? Water blue. Ezekiel says, Shalom, Prince. Shalom to you too. You know, they say we are cultist is the root word for cultist, which is culture. You know what I'm saying? So if you saying I'm in a culture, sure. But and then another man said, Jesus Christ is God, repent. Then the scripture said, if I say ye are all powers, or ye are all gods, and all of you are the children of the Most High. And let me ask you a question. You say Jesus is God, right? Cool. But then Jesus say in the New Testament that those that follow him are going to be doing, you know, even things greater than him. So if that be the case, then are we God over Jesus if we're going to be doing greater things than him? So we got to be careful. You know, JC is not the Most High. He's not the Most High. And we got to stop, you know, putting that out there. But I got to go. Hallelujah. I'm sleepy. And General Yahuda, I'll call you when I get off.
All right, much love, brother. Talk to you
Much
later,
love to
man.
everybody. Hallelujah.
Blessings.
Shalom. Shalom.
Shalom.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See if you believe in the God in you.